You're jinxing it.
Sen çok rahatsın, güzel abi. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could kindly ask you to take your seats, our program will begin shortly. Değerli katılımcılar, yerlerinizi almanızı rica ediyoruz. Programımız az sonra başlayacaktır. Let's go.
Tamam.
I'm sorry?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the TRT World Forum 2022. It is a true pleasure to have all of you here in person. After 2 years of virtual conferences, sitting alone in an empty room backed by a green screen rather than in a spectacular setting like this. I'm Andrea Sankey, and it is my pleasure to co-host this opening ceremony with my colleague, Alican Ayanlar.
Thank you very much. Değerli hanımefendiler, değerli beyefendiler, ben de Alican Ayanlar ve meslektaşım Andrea Sankey ile birlikte burada olmaktan büyük mutluluk duyuyoruz. Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. 2022 senesinin son günlerini yaşarken formumuzu geride bırakmaya hazırlandığımız yılı bir hatırlatarak başlamak isteriz efendim.
A look there at the year now behind us. And you know, even as we celebrate what we hope is the end of the pandemic, we're now left facing the grim reality of multiple other crises that the world is challenged with right now, from global inflation hitting 40-year highs to, of course, the climate crisis, which UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres recently described as a highway to climate hell with our foot still on the accelerator.
Aynen. Andre'nin de bahsettiği iklim krizinin yanı sıra videoda da gördüğünüz üzere 2022 senesinin belki de en çarpıcı gelişmesi yaklaşık 10 ay önce başlayan Ukrayna'daki çatışma. İki taraf arasındaki çatışmada binlerce kişi hayatını kaybetti. Kısacası Avrupa'daki güvenlik sisteminin dengeleri alt üst oldu ve İkinci Dünya Savaşı'ndan beri en büyük zorunlu göçe şahit oluyoruz.
And the effects of that conflict have had global implications, not least with grain supplies disrupted. Millions across Africa, Asia, and South America have been left food insecure.
Ve bu çatışmanın etkileri dünya çapında hissedildi kuşkusuz. En önemlisi tahıl tedarikinin kesintiye uğraması ile birlikte Afrika'da, Asya'da, Güney Amerika'daki milyonlarca kişi gıda güvenliği konusunda karşı karşıya kaldı. Ve Türkiye bazı sorunların giderilmesinde çok kritik bir rol oynadı. Şüphesiz büyük dönüşümlerden geçiyoruz ve bir haritaya ihtiyacımız var. İşte bu yılki forumun başlığı da geleceğin şekillendirilmesi, belirsizlikler, gerçekler ve fırsatlar. Forumumuzun açılışında 4 önemli konuşmacımız var. İlk olarak TRT Genel Müdürü Profesör Doktor Sayın Mehmet Zahit Sobacı'yı sahneye çağırmak isterim efendim.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the director of TRT, Professor Mehmet Zahit Sobacı.
Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, kıymetli Hazirun, 6.sını düzenlediğimiz TRT World Forum'a hoş geldiniz. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın teşrifleriyle onurlandırdığı bu etkinlikte dünyanın dört bir yanından gelen siz kıymetli misafirlerimizi İstanbul'da yine yüz yüze ağırlamaktan büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyoruz. Covid-19 salgınının etkilerini yeni üzerimizden atıyoruz. Geçirdiğimiz bu zorlu sürecin bir sonucu olarak hepimizin kaderinin ortak olduğu gerçeğini bir kez daha idrak ettiğimizi düşünüyorum. Ve inanıyorum ki bu vesileyle geleceğe başka bir perspektiften bakabilecek ve insanlığın yol haritasını daha sağlam bir zemine oturtabileceğiz. Bu düşünceyle forumumuzun ana temasını mevcut küresel durumu da dikkate alarak geleceği şekillendirmek, belirsizlikler, gerçekler ve fırsatlar olarak belirledik. Çünkü daha iyi bir gelecek için mevcut durumu tüm açıklığıyla ortaya koymalı, belirsizlikleri imkana dönüştürme potansiyelini değerlendirmeli ve dünyanın geleceği üzerine hep birlikte düşünmeliyiz. Bu bağlamda yaklaşık 40 ülkeden 100'e yakın konuşmacı ve 1000'i aşkın katılımcıyla önümüzdeki 2 gün boyunca gerçekleştirilecek fikir teatilerinin anlamını ve kıymetini bu çerçevede değerlendirmeliyiz. Bugün Türkiye fikirlere, bakış açılarına ve dünyadaki farklı seslere ev sahipliği yapıyor. Ama bunun da ötesinde Türkiye, Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın liderliğinde savaşın yerine barışı, sorunun yerine çözümü koyma ve belirli bir grubun imtiyazı yerine tüm insanların hakkını koruma ilkeleriyle eylemde de taşın altına elini koymaktan çekinmiyor. Zat-ı devletlerinin yürüttüğü lider diplomasisiyle ülkemiz pek çok küresel krizin çözümünde kilit rol oynuyor, tarafları bir araya getiriyor ve diyalog için güvenli bir liman oluşturuyor. Tahıl krizinde koridor açan, esir mübadelesinde güvence olan, Covid-19 salgınında 150'den fazla ülkeye yardım yapan ve 8 milyar insanın her biri için şahsiyetli mücadele veren Türkiye, daha adil bir dünyanın mümkün olduğunu özde, sözde ve eylemde ortaya koyuyor. İşte bu noktada Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, uluslararası siyaset alanında çözüme ulaşıncaya dek tüm taraflarla işbirliği ve uzlaşı temelinde bir süreç yönetiyor. Birazdan dünyanın pek çok farklı yerinden politika yapıcılar, kanaat önderleri, akademisyenler, gazeteciler, fikir adamları küresel gıda güvenliğinden enerji krizine, İslam karşıtlığından süregelen savaş ve çatışmalara, yapay zekadan dezenformasyonla mücadeleye, küresel göç krizinden bölgesel sorunlara ve medyanın tüm bu denklemlerdeki konumuna dair pek çok konuyu masaya yatıracak. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, kıymetli misafirler, bu küresel sorunların çözümünde elbette medyaya büyük bir sorumluluk düşüyor. Medya kuruluşları zerreden aleme olayların, ilişkilerin, insanların ve konuların bütününe aynı olmak zorunda. Bu bir meşguliyet değil, mesuliyet meselesidir. Hakkıyla yerine getirilmesi gereken samimi bir hakikat mücadelesidir. Bugün küresel iletişim sistemi içerisinde doğru ve yalanın, gerçek ve yanılsamanın birbiriyle iç içe geçtiğini görüyoruz. Kimi zaman kasıtlı, kimi zaman farkında olmadan sürdürülen bu karmaşaya karşı koyabilmenin tek bir çaresi var. Filtrelerle değil, adil bir vizörden dünyanın tamamına bakabilmek. Yani güçlü zayıf ayrımı gözetmeksizin hakkaniyet ilkesinden hareketle habercilik ve yayıncılık yapabilmek. İşte TRT World ve yabancı dillerdeki tüm uluslararası kanallarımız böyle bir temel vizyonla etki alanlarını genişleterek yollarına devam ediyor. Bu yolda uluslararası yayın ailemizi her geçen gün genişletiyoruz. Bu yıl içerisinde kurduğumuz TRT Fransızca ve TRT Balkan'ın yanı sıra önümüzdeki dönemde TRT Afrika, TRT Farsça ve TRT İspanyolca dijital haber kanallarımızda yayın hayatına başlayacak. Elbette TRT ailesi olarak yayınlarımızın yanı sıra yıl içerisinde gerçekleştirdiğimiz uluslararası pek çok etkinliğimizle de küresel ve bölgesel sorunlara odaklanıyoruz. Bu bağlamda Türkiye'nin kamu yayıncısı olarak uzun yıllardır tek kaynaktan beslenen ve tek kutuplu yürütülen küresel bilgi akışı ve algı süreçlerine güçlü bir şerh düşüyoruz. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, tüm bu çalışmaları gerçekleştirirken ülkemize her alanda kazandırdığınız özgüvenden güç alıyoruz. Küresel ölçekte verdiğiniz daha adil bir dünya mücadelesine medya alanında elimizden gelen tüm katkıyı vermek için gayret sarf ediyoruz. Bu düşüncelerle ben zat-ı devletlerine etkinliğimizi onurlandırdıkları için şükranlarımı sunuyor. TRT World Forum'un dünyanın düşünce iklimine bereket getirmesini diliyorum. Siz değerli misafirlerimize, forumumuza yapacağınız katkılar için teşekkür ediyor. Güzel İstanbul'umuzdan unutulmaz anılarla ayrılmanızı temenni ediyorum.
Director General of TRT, Mehmet Said Sobacı.
Değerli konuklar, sırada Türkiye Cumhuriyeti Cumhurbaşkanlığı İletişim Başkanı Profesör Doktor Sayın Fahrettin Altun'u sahneye çağırmak istiyoruz efendim.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Director of Communications for the Republic of Turkey, Professor Dr. Fahrettin Altun.
Saygıdeğer Cumhurbaşkanım, kıymetli katılımcılar, hanımefendiler, beyefendiler, bölgesel ve küresel meselelerin masaya yatırıldığı, çözüm önerilerinin müzakere edildiği önemli bir uluslararası platform haline gelen TRT World Forum'un 6. toplantısına hepiniz hoş geldiniz, şerefler verdiniz. Bu yıl forumumuzun ana başlığı geleceği şekillendirmek, belirsizlikler, gerçekler ve fırsatlar. Bu ana başlık altında işbirliklerinden liderliğe, barış diplomasisinden gıda güvenliğine, enerji krizinden iklim değişikliğine, göçten İslamofobiye, İslam karşıtlığına, dijitalleşmeden dezenformasyona kadar birçok temel mesele müzakere edilecek, tartışılacak, masaya yatırılacak. Bugün malumlarınız istikrar içerisinde yaşamak ve geleceği tasarlamak toplumlar için son derece hayati ve bir o kadar da güç bir mesele haline gelmiş durumdadır. Bu noktada Türkiye son 20 yılda sağladığı siyasi istikrar, ekonomik istikrar, güven ve toplumsal huzur sayesinde insanı merkeze alan dinamik ve çok boyutlu bir dış politikayı hayata geçirme imkanı yakalamış ve böylelikle sadece kendi haklarını değil, aynı zamanda küresel alandaki adaletsizlikleri gidermeye ve dünya barışını tahkim etmeye dönük girişimler ortaya koyabilmiştir. Ülkemiz, Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın liderliğinde milli menfaatlerini tavizsiz şekilde savunurken, öte yandan bölgesel krizlerin ve küresel ihtilafların çözümü noktasında da son derece hayati önemli katkılar sunmaktadır. Bu gayretlerimiz küresel belirsizlikler çağı olarak nitelenen bu çağda Türkiye'yi sadece bir istikrar adası yapmamakta, aynı zamanda istikrarlaştırıcı bir güç olarak öne çıkarmaktadır. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanım, Türkiye'nin bu noktaya gelmesinde hiç kuşkusuz zat-ı devletlerinizin gayretleri, zat-ı devletlerinizin mücadelesi vardır. Sizin kararlı, dirayetli, güçlü liderliğiniz olmamış olsaydı bugün Türkiye bir bölgesel güç olamazdı. Bugün Türkiye bir küresel oyuncu olarak öne çıkamaz, dünyadaki ihtilafların çözümüne ve dünya barışına katkı sunamazdı. Saygıdeğer Cumhurbaşkanım, kıymetli katılımcılar, Türkiye içinde yaşadığımız bu dönemde tüm dünyaya örnek olacak özgün bir dış politika modeli ortaya koymuştur. Yüksek müsaadelerinizle kısaca bu özgün dış politika modelimizin ayırt edici hususlarını ana başlıklar halinde zikretmek istiyorum. Yaklaşık 10 aydır süren Rusya-Ukrayna Savaşı'nda ortaya koyduğumuz barış diplomasisi, tüm dünyanın Türkiye'yi istikrarlaştırıcı ve küresel barışa katkı sunan yatıştırıcı bir güç olarak kabul ettiğini göstermiştir. Cumhurbaşkanımız bu süreçte sergilediği kararlılık, aldığı inisiyatif ve üstlendiği sorumlulukla dünyada her temel meselede fikri sorulan bir lider konumuna gelmiştir. Bu liderlik hiç kuşkusuz Türkiye'nin diplomatik güç ve etkisini artıran merkezi bir unsurdur. Ülkemiz bu sayede Rusya ve Ukrayna Dışişleri Bakanlarını Antalya'da bir araya getirmiş, iki ülkenin diplomatlarını İstanbul'da buluşturmuş, tahıl anlaşmasıyla küresel gıda krizinin önüne geçmiş, Rusya-Ukrayna arasında esir takasının gerçekleşmesini sağlamış, son olarak da Amerika Birleşik Devletleri ve Rusya İstihbarat Başkanlarının görüşmesine ev sahipliği yapmıştır. Öte yandan yine İsveç ve Finlandiya'nın NATO'ya üyelik başvuruları sürecinde Türkiye'nin ortaya koyduğu çaba, küresel terörizmle mücadele noktasında önemli taahhütler alınmasını, kayda değer kazanımlar elde edilmesini sağlamıştır. Elbette Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın talimatlandırdığı üzere bunların takipçisi olmaya devam edeceğiz. Cumhurbaşkanımızın önderliğinde elde edilen diplomatik başarılar, Türkiye'nin bu süreçte oynadığı kolaylaştırıcı ve uzlaştırıcı küresel rolleri ortaya koymaktadır. Dış politika modelimizin bir diğer vasfı ise bölgesel sorunlara bölgesel çözümler prensibine riayet edilmesidir. Zira acı tecrübelerle görüyoruz ki Orta Doğu'dan Balkanlara, Karadeniz'den Doğu Akdeniz'e herhangi bir bölgeye dışarıdan yapılan müdahaleler o bölgedeki krizleri derinleştirmekte, krizleri büyütmekte, trajediler yaratmaktadır. Dış politika modelimizin bir diğer mümeyyiz vasfı ise küresel adalet mücadelesinden beslenmesi ve bu mücadeleyi büyütmesidir. Bu bağlamda uluslararası örgütlerin reforme edilmesi ve etkinliğini arttırması çabası, daha adil bir dünyayı mümkün kılmaya yönelik gayretlerimizin bir parçasıdır. Cumhurbaşkanımızın uzun yıllardır bayraktarlığını yaptığı Dünya 5'ten büyüktür çağrısı, gördük ki son Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Kurulu'nda birçok devlet başkanı tarafından tekrar edilmektedir. Bu Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın kararlı mücadelesinin bir sonucu ve başarısıdır. Dış politika modelimizin bir diğer kritik başlığı da küresel kutuplaşmaların önüne geçilmesi ve yeni soğuk savaşların engellenme çabasıdır. Türkiye'nin küresel gelecek vizyonu, dünyayı çatışmalardan uzak tutmayı ve yeni bir soğuk savaşa girilmesinin önüne geçmeyi amaçlamaktadır. Bütün bunlara ek olarak dış politikamızı ayrıştıran hususlardan biri de insani krizlerin, küresel gıda, enerji ve iklim krizlerinin çözümünde öncü bir rol oynamak vardır. Bugün Türkiye gayri safi yurt içi hasılaya oranla insani yardımlarda dünyada birinci, küresel yardımlarda ise, küresel kalkınma yardımlarında ise dünyada ikinci sıradadır. Bunların yanında nefret söylemi, İslam karşıtlığı ve antisemitizmle mücadelede de küresel istikrarın tesisi için ülkemizin öncülük ettiği ve işbirliği çağrısı yaptığı alanlar arasındadır. Ve elbette enformasyon savaşlarına, dezenformasyon operasyonlarına karşı kapasite geliştirme ve ittifaklar oluşturma hususu da uluslararası alandaki önemli odaklarımızdan biridir ve bu hususta dış politika modelimizin önemli bir sütunudur. Hepimiz şahidiz ki günümüzde karmaşık bir şekilde yürütülen sistematik dezenformasyon faaliyetleri ulusal, bölgesel ve küresel istikrarı, birey haklarını, toplumların huzur ve barışını hedef almaktadır. Malumlarınız 2023 yılında birçok NATO ülkesinde seçim olacak. Bu çerçevede biz de Cumhurbaşkanlığı İletişim Başkanlığı olarak NATO ülkelerinde seçim güvenliğine yönelik çeşitli programlar düzenliyoruz ve böylelikle bu alandaki işbirliğini ve tecrübe paylaşımını artırmayı hedefliyoruz. Küresel alandaki dezenformasyona karşı küresel bir mücadele yürütülmesinin önemine inanıyoruz ve bu bağlamda birçok koordinasyon faaliyetinin içinde yer alıyoruz. Saygıdeğer Cumhurbaşkanım, kıymetli katılımcılar, bölgesel ve küresel bir aktör haline gelen Türkiye artık sadece farklı blokları birleştiren bir köprü değildir. Aynı zamanda diyalog, müzakere ve diplomasinin aktığı bir kanal konumundadır. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın ifade ettiği gibi, Türkiye yüzyılı vizyonu da bu bağlamda sadece ülkemiz için değil, bölgemiz ve dünya için gerçekleşecek bir devrimin muştusudur. Ülkemizle birlikte bölgemizden başlayarak dünyanın her yerine demokrasi, kalkınma, barış ve refah götürmek istiyoruz. İddiamız da, gücümüz de büyük. Son olarak açık ve net bir şekilde vurgulamak istiyorum ki Türkiye, Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın liderliğinde bundan sonra da küresel belirsizlikleri ortadan kaldırma, istikrarı tesis etme, insanlık için huzurlu ve güvenli bir gelecek inşa etmek namına gayretlerini kararlılıkla sürdürecektir. Ben bu duygu ve düşüncelerle TRT World Forum'un başarılı geçmesini diliyor. Programın düzenlenmesinde emeği geçen herkesi, bütün arkadaşlarımı ve tüm katılımcıları saygıyla, hürmetle selamlıyorum. Sağ olunuz, var olunuz.
Sayın Başkanım, çok teşekkür ederim. Sağ olun.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd now like to welcome a very special guest to the stage, the Prime Minister of Albania, His Excellency Edi Rama.
Arnavutluk Başbakanı, Ekselansları Sayın Edi Rama. Mr. Prime Minister.
It is always a very special feeling to be back in Istanbul, and frankly, I cannot envisage a more vibrant place where one could speak about the return of geopolitics today. This has partly to do with the fact that Turkey has a multifaceted foreign policy and strategic outlook. It has a deep understanding of the Middle East and the Mediterranean, as much as it is engaged with Central Asia and the Black Sea region. But it has also to do with Turkey's role in the Russia-Ukraine war as a textbook example of middle power activism. As a brilliant mind like Ivan Krastev has put it, President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has been averse to cold war alliances, ingeniously crafting a Zelig-like ambition to be the bride at every wedding and the baby at every christening. True to form, Ankara has downplayed its identity as a NATO member and US ally in exchange for the role of mediator between Moscow and Kiev. The war in Ukraine has been a watershed moment for the European and Western security community. In the span of a few months, weeks even, we saw the transformation of an estranged neighbor on the doorstep of Europe into an aggressor of a European country. In fact, the signs had been there since the invasion of Crimea. That must have been a non-negotiable red line for both the EU and NATO, for us all in the West. Instead, we kept living on the illusion that such a major transgression would only lead to a continuous frozen conflict with no real and imminent consequences to the Western security. But these illusions were shattered with the Russian aggression of 24th of February this year. And let me share with you my conviction that the assault on Ukraine is not just about Ukraine. It is an assault on the whole Euro-Atlantic community. Energy price crisis and war inflation are the weapons aiming to bring the rest of Europe down at its knees and to change the security architecture of our continent. The Western Balkans, from where I come, is a region imbued with very specific vulnerabilities and exposed in particular ways to the challenges emanating from the most recent geopolitical competition, the new types of security threat, and especially from the conflict in Ukraine. Unlike the rest of Europe, we in the Western Balkans have countries where over 70% of the population still believe that Russia is not an aggressor and that Putin is not guilty, but a leader who can be trusted to bring security in Europe and to change the balance of powers in our continent. We have countries, namely Serbia or Republika Srpska also, that has a very strong influence on Bosnia itself, for which the alignment with the Euro-Atlantic values is part of their national identity and national orientation, and the non-alignment, sorry. In the meantime, the alignment with Euro-Atlantic values as part of national identity is the case for Albania and Kosovo especially, but also for North Macedonia and somehow Montenegro. And this is precisely because of all these very important differences that it's so important for the region to have a strategic partner like Turkey in the diplomatic, political, and economic front. And it's very important also to say it clearly and loudly to all our European and American friends that in the Southeast Europe, and especially in Western Balkans, Turkey is not a third power. Turkey is not a foreign other in our part of Europe, because much of our history of state formation, as well as our integration in the Euro-Atlantic community, is embedded with the path and the history of Turkey. We cannot forget the central role that Turkey has played in, on one hand, easing the tensions in the region, on the other hand, in helping firsthand our military to become a real, true member of NATO in terms of the standards and of the capacities. So let me get this straight. Turkey is a regional power, and for our region, for the Western Balkans, is a determining one. The truth is that the European international system, which has laid the basis for 20th century international system, has failed to incorporate two very different actors of the continent, Turkey on one side and Russia on the other side. In the current geopolitical context, Turkey has shown that it is a very special and I would say irreplaceable contributor to European and global security. through its flexible and pragmatic approach and by cultivating a plethora of strong and good partnerships, Turkey has indeed served and can serve, as we are witnessing in nowadays, as a broker of many disputes related to traditional security, as well as newer security challenges in the area of energy, of food supplies, of migration. Let me bring you back for a single moment to that determining moment in Europe's history when Turkey managed single-handedly the migration crisis caused by the Syrian war from 2016 and onwards. Without Angela Merkel, the honor of Europe would have not been saved. It was her who stood for welcoming the immigrants in Germany at that big crisis. But without Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the walls of Europe would not have stand. And I have always felt that this is a natural, simple truth. And I never understood why, when I say it, in Europe, people are not happy, and in Turkey, people are so happy. This is normal, simple, true. Turkey is key for the stability of Europe. And if we would imagine for one moment the other way around, imagine how terribly Europe would fall without its backdoor being safeguarded exactly by Turkey, and exactly thanks to your president. The inability of Europe to work with those who are different, and I put different among parentheses, from the standard model core of Europe member states, has hindered, in fact, an inclusive model of European security. And in order to engage with Turkey more meaningfully, the EU needs to shift its own thinking beyond thinking of the partners and neighbors only through the enlargement prism. Because as a result, what we are witnessing is that the EU has been left with a limited sense of its own strategic independence, centered around normative models of rules, norms, and governance. And in this context, I must say, the new initiative of the European political community is very welcomed. An idea born in 18th century, thanks to a French who envisaged peace for Europe only through a big platform of unity and cooperation between all the countries, including the countries that at that period were under the Ottoman Empire, and including Russia. So a fresh impetus has been given to this idea that has come and gone, by establishing an inclusive platform for all European countries, despite their outlook on world affairs or on foreign policy, to sit at the same table and discuss pan-European issues like energy, security, food security, connectivity, traditional security, new threats like cybersecurity. And in this framework of this platform, we must also start to think, now rather than later, of how Russia will be engaged once the war in Ukraine is over, of course, and the territorial integrity of Ukraine indisputable. So, to conclude, I would first say thank you for the honor. It's really a privilege to speak here, and it's a privilege to speak before your president, for once. And in the same time, I would not say that this is the return of geopolitics, but geopolitics was here with us all the time. It was us especially the part of us in the European Union who forgot how to think strategically and to create mechanisms to prevent what was coming. And many of us didn't see. And let me say it all, in this regard, Turkey, under the leadership of President Erdogan, is setting a different tone, is giving a different way to reflect on how to deal with each other, and is serving as a playbook for how, in the meantime, you are fully principled, you don't negotiate things like territorial integrity, you don't open paths to quick fixing, but on the other hand, you never forget that at the end of the day, the power is about the people. And in all the efforts of your president to make sure that in the meantime, billions of people are not under the threat of hunger is the true face of Turkey and Turkish leadership. Thinking at the end of every day how politics serve the average people, them who have not the chance to be in front of the cameras, them who have not the chance to be heard. Thank you very much.
Ekselansları Sayın Edirama'ya çok teşekkür ederiz. Bahsettiğiniz birçok konu zaten forumumuzun başlığı. Geleceği şekillendirmek adı altında 2 gün boyunca burada tartışacağız, konuşacağız.
Prime Minister Rama, thank you so much for that powerful speech. And speaking of powerful speakers, it is a very special honor to introduce a last-minute addition, really, to our program, but one that is most welcome and an honor to have. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky.
Değerli katılımcılar, dikkatinizi ekrana almak isteriz. Ukrayna Cumhurbaşkanı Sayın Volodymyr Zelensky. Mr. President, TRT World Forum has your attention.
Thank you so much. Пане президенте Ердоган, пане прем'єр-міністре Рамо, дорогі друзі, дякую за вашу увагу до України і хочу звернутися зараз до усієї аудиторії, яку зібрав цей форум, до могутньої аудиторії. Могутньою – це зараз не випадкове слово, це ключове слово. Слово, яке відображає наші з вами можливості України, Туреччини, Чорноморського регіону. Можливості прямо зараз і в перспективі років та десятиліть. Російська війна проти України проявила цінність стабільності в нашому з вами регіоні. Це одна з історичних помилок російського керівника. Своєю божевільною агресією він довів лише те, що безпека України і Чорноморського регіону є критично важливою для глобальної безпеки. А будь-яка агресія в нашій з вами частині світу – це глобальний злочин. Продовольча криза, якою цьогоріч зазнав світ, і яку ми разом з Туреччиною і ООН долаємо, дуже повно ілюструє те, про що я кажу. Не було би жодної гостроти продовольчої кризи, якби російський флот не заблокував наші порти у Чорному морі. Без експорту нашого продовольства глобальний ринок моментально дестабілізується. Це відчули на собі різні країни Африки, Азії. Це знайшло прояв у коливаннях цін на продовольство в інших частинах планети. Але завдяки нашим хоробрим воїнам, які змінюють баланс сил в протистоянні з Росією, і завдяки силі дипломатії вдалося поновити морський експорт з 3 чорноморських портів України. Від липня цього року ми вже експортували більше 13 мільйонів тонн агропродукції до 40 країн світу. Глобальний ринок це відчув. Зрештою, це відобразилось і на соціальній стабільності у відповідних країнах, які споживають наше продовольство. Ось що таке наша з вами могутність. Україна, Туреччина, ООН спільно зупиняють загрозу голоду, про який стільки говорилося. Коли ми разом дбаємо про безпеку нашого регіону, про нормальне життя в нашому регіоні, це дає як наслідок елементи глобальної безпеки. Це дає елементи миру, необхідні усім сумлінним державам. Нещодавно в Індонезії на саміті G19 я представив українську формулу миру. Формулу, яка може покласти край російській агресії і відновити силу міжнародного права для України та усіх інших народів. Продовольча безпека – один з елементів нашої формули миру. І це те, в чому може проявитись на 100%, зокрема, лідерська роль Туреччини. Якщо нам вдасться не тільки підтримувати теперішній рівень аграрного експорту з України та нашу гуманітарну ініціативу Grain from Ukraine, яка допомагає найбіднішим країнам зберегти стабільність, а якщо вдасться відновити повноцінний експорт українського продовольства в тому обсязі, якого потребує весь світ. Зараз понад 13 мільйонів тонн агропродукції на експорт, а можемо дати ще десятки мільйонів тонн. Наші порти задіяні в експортній зерновій ініціативі, працюють лише на половину потужності. І це лише тому, що Росія гальмує реалізацію експорту, тримає судно в очікуванні інспекції. Станом на сьогодні більше 80 суден очікують. А це ж не просто щось таке про торгівлю. Це означає, що у сотень тисяч людей на столах менше їжі. Це означає, що сотні тисяч людей переплачують за продовольство. Чому? Лише тому, що одна держава шантажує усіх продовольством. Середній час очікування суден 3-5 тижнів. Через це щомісячно недоекспортовується 2-3 мільйони тонн української агропродукції. Чи є в нашому регіоні потенціал, щоб це вирішити? Точно є. А якщо вдасться ліквідувати ще кілька напрямків агресії Росії проти України і гарантувати безпеку нашій Миколаївській області, зокрема портам області, це буде ще один крок до повністю гарантування глобальної продовольчої безпеки. Чи є в Чорноморському регіоні потенціал і для цього? Теж є. Це може бути крок Туреччини, дипломатичний крок. Пані та панове, те, що нам вдається реалізувати такі ініціативи, як зернова експортна ініціатива і гуманітарна ініціатива «Зерно з України», дає нам формат для реалізації ще й інших подібних ініціатив, інших пунктів української формули миру. Головне – лідерство. Головне не просто знати про свою могутність, не просто проявляти її час від часу, а направляти її потенціал заради миру. Українська формула миру так сформульована, що її пункти дають можливість кожній державі і кожному лідеру обрати той аспект, в якому може спрацювати рішучість. Саме ці держави рішучість і цього лідера. Я пропоную усім нашим партнерам обрати пункти для себе, щоб вся формула миру була реалізована. Щоб крок за кроком, як із зерновими ініціативами, ми прийшли до необхідної нам архітектури безпеки. Гарантувати радіаційну і ядерну безпеку, гарантувати продовольчу безпеку, гарантувати енергетичну безпеку, зупинити божевільний російський ракетний терор, гарантувати звільнення усіх полонених, повернення усіх депортованих. До речі, Туреччина і президент Ердоган вже суттєво допомогли нам із цим пунктом. Ми вдячні за це. Наступний пункт нашої формули – гарантувати виконання статуту ООН і відновлення територіальної цілісності України, гарантувати виведення російських військ з окупованої землі і тим самим припинити бойові дії, гарантувати справедливість через покарання винних в терорі і компенсацію збитків, гарантувати ефективну протидію екоциду і врятувати Чорноморський регіон від екологічних катастроф, які можуть стати наслідком російської війни. Гарантувати недопущення будь-якої ескалації і довготривалість миру після демонтажу усіх елементів російської агресії. Українська формула миру чітка. Чи виглядає вона нереалістичною? Зовсім ні. Вона виглядає зараз так само, як у травні цього року виглядали ідеї поновити зерновий експорт з наших морських портів. І вже у липні експорт був поновлений завдяки нашій з вами могутності. Хай ця могутність спрацює в усьому іншому, що потрібно для миру. Я дякую Туреччині за підтримку. Дякую вам, пане президенте. Слава Україні!
You done? You done?
Is he done?
Okay. Mr. President, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Now, as has been mentioned multiple times, one of the most profound effects of the conflict in Ukraine was the disruption to global food supply chains.
Ukrayna Cumhurbaşkanı Volodymyr Zelenski'nin de bahsettiği gibi ve az önce Andrei ile ikimizin de açılış konuşmasında bahsettiğimiz gibi Ukrayna'daki savaşın belki de en çarpıcı yan etkilerinden biri küresel gıda tedarik zincirine verdiği zarar ve Türkiye'nin öncülüğündeki barış diplomasisi.
Where are they?
They're gonna come on.
The battle of control of the capital, Kiev, has begun. Russian troops are advancing, and explosions and gunfire are rocking the city. This listening was unimaginable.
Sizden yardımcıya, desteğinize ihtiyacı olan hiçbir devleti yüzüstü bırakmıyoruz. Bunun için ne Ukrayna'dan ne Rusya'dan vazgeçmiyoruz.
The blockages of 50 million tons stockpile of wheat grain and transport.
The catalyst for the global food crisis.
Millions of people on the African continent are facing a real threat of starvation due to a conflict a world away. So, somebody has to do something immediately before it's too late.
Hello and welcome once again. The Turkish government has announced a major breakthrough in getting grain exports out of Ukraine and Russia.
I believe the world has come to understand and appreciate the importance of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. I thank President Erdogan for their crucial contribution for that to happen.
Karadeniz Tahıl Anlaşması'nın mimarı Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ı sahneye davet ediyoruz efendim.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the President of the Republic of Turkey, His Excellency Recep Tayyip Erdoğan.
Şimdi konuşmalarını yapmak üzere TRT World Forum 2022 programımızı katılımlarıyla onurlandıran Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımız Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın kürsüyü teşriflerini arz ediyorum.
Sayın Başbakan, TRT World Forum'un kıymetli katılımcıları, iş, medya ve akademi dünyamızın değerli mensupları, saygıdeğer misafirler, sizleri en kalbi duygularımla, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Dünyanın 34 farklı ülkesinden ve yurt içinden forumu teşrif eden misafirlerimize, güzel İstanbul'umuza hoş geldiniz diyorum. Son 2 yıldır salgın sebebiyle çevrim içi olarak düzenlenen TRT World Forum'da bu defa yüz yüze sizlerle birlikte olmaktan büyük bir memnuniyet duyuyorum. 6.'sı tertiplenen forumun küresel çapta insani, sosyal ve diplomatik etkileşim için önemli bir platform haline geldiğini görüyoruz. Her sene ekonomi, siyaset, güvenlik, teknoloji ve uluslararası ilişkiler alanlarında pek çok yetkin isim bu platformda kıymetli görüşlerini katılımcılarla paylaşma imkanı buluyor. Küresel nabzı isabetle yansıtan temalar çerçevesinde yapılan fikir teatileri, insanlığın karşılaştığı meselelerin çözümüne katkı sunuyor. Burada yapılan tartışmalar, iletişim sektöründe faaliyet gösterenler yanında, ülkeyi yönetme sorumluluğu taşıyan biz siyasetçiler için de gerçekten ufuk açıcı oluyor. Ülkemiz, bölgemiz ve tüm dünya için önemli kazanımlar sağlayan TRT World Forum'un başarı çıtasını her yıl daha yukarı taşıdığına inanıyorum. Ülkemiz içinden ve dışından gelerek birikimleriyle forumun içeriğini zenginleştiren tüm bilim, medya, siyaset insanlarımıza şahsım, milletim adına teşekkür ediyorum. TRT yönetimini ve bu güzel programa destek veren tüm kurumlarımızı tebrik ediyor. Forumun hayırlara vesile olmasını diliyorum. Değerli misafirler, TRT hem yayınları ve yapımları hem de bu tür platformları vasıtasıyla uluslararası iletişim mecralarında kalıcı izler bırakan milli yayıncılık kuruluşumuzdur. Önce insan ilkesinden hareketle gerçekleştirdiği projelerle yok sayılanları görünür kılan TRT, sessiz yığınların gür sesi misyonunu başarıyla yerine getirmektedir. Yerleşik kalıplara meydan okuma, doğru bilgiyi dünyaya ulaştırma ve uluslararası yayıncılıkta belli grupların tekelini kırma hedefleriyle TRT, aynı zamanda egemen medya düzenine karşı da bir alternatif sunmaktadır. TRT World ve TRT Arabi ile başlayan bu yolculuk 2020 yılında Almanca ve Rusça dillerinde yayın yapan dijital kanalların da eklenmesiyle güçlenerek yoluna devam etmiştir. Fransızca ve Balkan dillerindeki dijital kanallarla uluslararası yayıncılık alanını genişleten TRT, 2023 yılında İspanyolca ve Farsça dillerindeki dijital mecralarda büyümesini sürdürecektir. Amacımız ülkemizle birlikte tüm dünyada iyinin, doğrunun ve hakikatin sözcülüğünü yapmaktır. Hamdolsun son yıllarda her alanda olduğu gibi yayıncılık konusunda da çok ciddi mesafe aldık. Bilhassa TRT'nin insani değerleri koruma, yaşatma ve yüceltme eksenli içerikleri yurt içindeki ve dışında giderek daha fazla beğeni topluyor. Televizyon seyircilerinin en çok rağbet gösterdiği, ilgiyle takip ettiği programların başında artık TRT'nin yapımları geliyor. Bir dönem yabancı dizilerin istilasına uğrayan ülkemiz, bugün dünya çapında sinema, dizi, belgesel programlarına imza atıyor. TRT'nin ve Kültür Bakanlığımızın destek verdiği projelerin uluslararası yarışmalardan ödüllerle döndüğünü görmekten memnuniyet duyuyoruz. İstanbul sadece tabii ve tarihi güzellikleriyle değil, ev sahipliği yaptığı film ve dizileriyle de küresel bir çekim merkezi haline gelmiştir. Öyle ki bugün Türkiye dizi ihracatında dünyada 2. sıraya yükselmiştir. Toplam 150 ülke 600 milyon kişiye ulaşan izleyici sayısıyla Türk dizileri Türkiye'nin doğru tanıtımında önemli rol oynuyor. Bu gelişme turizm rakamlarımızı da olumlu yönde etkiliyor. Her yıl ülkemizi ziyaret eden 50 milyon yabancı misafirimizin önemli bir kısmını Türk dizilerinden etkilenen insanların oluşturduğuna inanıyorum. Yurt dışı seyahatlerimizde ülkemize hiç gelmediği ve eğitimini almadığı halde bize son derece sempatik bir şekilde Türkçe kelimelerle hitap eden gençlerle, öğrenci kardeşlerimizle, hükümet yetkilileriyle karşılaşıyoruz. Türkiye'den daha büyük olduğu gerçeğine her yurt dışı ziyaretimizde bir kez daha şahitlik etmenin gururunu yaşıyoruz. TRT başta olmak üzere milletimizin değerlerini temsil eden başarılı projelere imza atan tüm kurumlarımızı, firmalarımızı, oyuncu ve yapımcılarımızı tebrik ediyorum. İnşallah Türkiye 100 yılının yayıncılık ayağını sizlerle birlikte inşa edecek, TRT'yi giderek daha da güçlenen küresel bir marka haline dönüştüreceğiz. Kıymetli dostlar, bu seneki forum gerek Covid-19 salgını, gerekse Rusya-Ukrayna savaşı sebebiyle küresel ölçekte tansiyonun arttığı bir dönemde yapılıyor. Şöyle bir baktığımızda küresel krizlerin ve istikrarsızlıkların %60'ının Türkiye'nin yakın çevresinde cereyan ettiğini görüyoruz. Forumun temasının geleceği şekillendirmek, belirsizlikler, gerçekler ve fırsatlar olarak belirlenmesini bu bakımdan çok isabetli buluyorum. 2 gün boyunca bu tema altında yapılacak tartışmaların, belirsizliklerin giderilmesine katkı sunacak değerlendirmelere vesile olmasını diliyorum. Türkiye Cumhurbaşkanı olarak burada şu hususun altını özellikle çizmek istiyorum. Artık hiç kimsenin dünyanın herhangi bir yerindeki sorunu görmezden gelme, çözümüne katkı sunmaktan imtina etme veya katkısını erteleme lüksü yoktur. İnsanlığın ortak geleceğinin selameti için herkes elini taşın altına koymak mecburiyetindedir. Biz işte bu anlayışla bölgesel ve küresel meselelerde üzerimize düşen sorumluluğumuzu samimi bir şekilde yerine getirmeye çalışıyoruz. Covid-19 sürecinde kendi vatandaşlarımıza en iyi hizmetleri sunarken salgınla küresel mücadele çabalarına da güçlü destek verdik. Maske, tıbbi donanım ve aşı gibi kritik her türlü malzemeyi dostlarımızla ve tüm insanlıkla paylaştık. Ancak salgın sürecinde ortaya çıkan manzara insanlık için hiç de umut verici olmamıştır. Bu dönemde yaşanan trajediler küresel sağlık mimarisindeki sorunların çözümü için fırsat olarak görülmelidir. Rusya-Ukrayna savaşı yol açtığı ağır can kayıplarının yanında bölge ve dünya için çok ciddi insani, ekonomik ve politik maliyetler oluşturdu. Krizin en başından itibaren savaşın kazananı, barışın ise kaybedeni olmaz. Bu ilkeyle yoğun bir diplomasi trafiği yürüttük. Ukrayna'nın toprak bütünlüğünü güçlü bir şekilde savunurken Rusya'ya yönelik akıl dışı politikalarla bölgedeki ateşin körüklenmesine de karşı çıktık. Gerek şahsımın Rusya ve Ukrayna liderleriyle yaptığı doğrudan görüşmelerle, gerek ilgili kurumlarımızın temaslarıyla dünyaya örnek teşkil edecek bir barış diplomasisine imza attık. İstanbul süreci sahadaki gelişmelerle sekteye uğramış gibi görünse de halen kalıcı barış için en ideal müzakere zemini olma özelliğini koruyor. Rusya ve Ukrayna arasındaki esir takası da yine ülkemizin arabuluculuğunda gerçekleşti. Savaş nedeniyle Ukrayna ve Rusya'dan tahıl başta olmak üzere kritik ürünlerin sevkiyatının durması, Avrupa'dan Afrika'ya tüm ülkeleri etkileyen küresel çapta bir gıda krizine sebep olmuştur. İşte her şey burada. İşte az önce ufaklığı gördük. Ekmek dedi. Buğday olmadan ekmek olur mu? Ama unutmayalım ki şu buğdayın tanesinde çok şeyler var. Bir buğday tanesi yüz binlerce buğdayı ne yapıyor? Üretiyor. Buğday o denli farklı bir nimet. Şair bunu güzel anlatıyor ama şimdi burada bu şiiri okuduğum zaman anlamakta, bırakın tercüme etmekte zorluk çekenler olabilir. Onun için ben şöyle kısa yoldan bunu anlatmış oldum. Bu krizi çözmek amacıyla pazar günü inşallah Sayın Putin'le görüşmem olacak. Aynı şekilde Sayın Zelenski ile yine görüşmem olacak. Ve bu görüşmelerle birlikte istiyoruz ki bu tahıl koridorunu daha da güçlendirelim ve Sayın Putin'in de ifadesiyle öncelikle az gelişmiş ülkelere bu tahıl koridorundan, tahıl ambarından bu imkanları gönderelim. Tahıl koridorundaki tıkanıklığın aşılması ve sonrasında anlaşmanın süresinin uzatılması yine ülkemizin girişimleri sayesinde mümkün olabildi. Zaporya nükleer santrali ile ilgili endişeleri de Rosatom ve Uluslararası Atom Enerjisi Ajansı uzmanları İstanbul'da bir araya gelerek görüştüler. Türkiye, savaşın sebep olduğu enerji krizinin aşılması için de öncü bir rol oynamayı sürdürecektir. Bu süreçte tüm dünya samimi ve gerçekçi gayretlerimizi takdir etti. Görüldü ki Türkiye hakkaniyetli davranıyor. Türkiye istikrar getiriyor. Türkiye güven veriyor. Türkiye barış için çalışıyor. Türkiye krizin değil, çözümün safında duruyor. Türkiye kendisiyle birlikte tüm insanlığın hayrı için çaba harcıyor. Millet ve ülke olarak bu tarihi sorumluluğu yerine getirmeye önümüzdeki dönemde de devam edeceğiz. Değerli dostlar, son dönemde yaşanan krizler, Avrupa'nın üzerine bina edildiği güvenlik ve refah mimarisinin aslında ne kadar kırılgan olduğunu da gözler önüne sermiştir. Türkiye, Avrupa'nın karşı karşıya olduğu meselelerin çözümünde de kilit rol oynama potansiyeline sahiptir. Tabii bunun için önce Avrupa'nın diplomatik ve ekonomik ilişkilerden terörle mücadeleye kadar her konuda ülkemize yaklaşımını müttefiklik ve ortaklık ruhuna uygun şekilde değiştirmesi gerekiyor. Türkiye'nin mücadele ettiği terör örgütlerine gizli açık destek veren, teröristleri himaye eden, tarafı olduğu her meselede karşısında yer alan bir Avrupa ile ortak bir gelecek hayali kurmamızın zor olduğu açıktır. Avrupa Birliği tam üyeliği sürecinde maruz kaldığımız aleni haksızlıkları, bize uygulanan örtülü ambargoları, insani meselelerin şantaj malzemesi haline getirilmesi gibi daha nice sorunları saymıyorum bile. Halbuki biz 2. Dünya Savaşı'ndan sonra tercihimizi Avrupa ile birlikte yol yürümekten yana kullanmış, bunun için Soğuk Savaş döneminin yükünü omuzlamış bir ülkeyiz. Siyasi, askeri, ekonomik desteğimizle, insan gücümüzle Avrupa'nın güvenliği ve refahını sürdürmesine verdiğimiz katkıları kimse inkar edemez. Açık konuşmak gerekirse, yaptığımız onca fedakarlığa rağmen bilhassa birliğimizi ve beraberliğimizi tehdit eden terör örgütleriyle mücadelemizde yalnız bırakıldığımızı asla unutmayacağız. Binlerce tır silah, mühimmat, araç, gereç ülkemin güneyinde, Suriye'nin kuzeyindeki terör örgütlerine gönderilmiştir. Ve bunu gönderen ülke bakıyorsunuz NATO'da beraber olduğumuz ülke. NATO'da biz seninle beraberiz de bu terör örgütlerine bunca silah, mühimmat, araç, gereci nasıl gönderirsin? Yok diyor böyle bir şey. Bütün video yayınlarını hepsini kendilerine bunların gösterdik. Gösteriyoruz. Türkiye'ye bunları anlatamazsınız. Çünkü biz her zaman haktan, hakikatten yana olduk. Gerçekten yana olduk. Onun için de bu teröristlerle verdiğimiz mücadelede bize kalkıp kimse hesap soramaz. Terörün küresel bir tehdit olduğunu ve mücadelenin de küresel işbirliği içinde yapılması gerektiğini her platformda ifade ediyoruz. Avrupa başta olmak üzere dünyanın en büyük tehdit gördüğü DAEŞ'e karşı en ağır darbeyi biz vurduk. Bu görüşümüzü sahada fiilen ispatladık. Bugün benim diyen ülkeler acaba DAEŞ'la herhangi bir mücadele veriyor mu? Hayır. YPG, PYD, YPG bunlarla bir mücadele veriyor mu? Hayır. Bütün bunlarla mücadeleyi veren ülke biziz. Sınırlarımızın güvenliği için başlattığımız harekatları kimseden destek alamasak da yürütecek ve sonuçlandıracak güce, imkana, kararlılığa sahip olduğumuzu herkese gösterdik. İnşallah siyasi, diplomatik, ekonomik etkinliğimizi artırarak, savunma sanayi başta olmak üzere her alanda hedeflerimize ulaşarak konumumuzu daha da ileriye taşıyacağız. Aynı şekilde Ege'de ve Akdeniz'de Yunanistan'ı hesapsızca destekleyerek bu ülkenin mütecaviz ve provokatif girişimlerine cesaret verenlere de eyvallah etmedik, etmeyeceğiz. Az önce söyledim. NATO'da beraberiz. Güzel. NATO'da beraberiz ama geliyorsun Yunanistan'ın adalarını silahlarla, uçaklarla donatıyorsun. Biz hala bir F-16 meselesini sizlerle çözemedik. Parasını verdiğimiz halde çözemedik. Kıbrıs meselesinin hakkaniyetli bir zeminde yeni ve somut adımlarla çözüme kavuşturulması için diyalogtan vazgeçmiyoruz. Türk Devletleri Teşkilatı'yla Avrupa'dan Asya'nın derinliklerine giderek daha da derinleşen bir dostluk ve kardeşlik köprüsü kuruyoruz. Körfez ülkelerinin bazılarıyla bir dönem soğuyan ilişkilerimizi yeniden hızla güçlendiriyoruz. Afrika'da uzunca bir süredir yürüttüğümüz, tamamı da birlikte kazanma yaklaşımı üzerine kurulu siyasi, ekonomik, insani programlarımızın meyvelerini almaya başladık. Güney Amerika ülkeleriyle de benzer sıkı ilişkiler kurma irademizi yavaş yavaş somut adımlara dönüştürüyoruz. Bölgesel ve küresel meselelerde Türkiye'siz bir çözüm olmadığını ve Türkiye'nin dostluğunun sağlayacağı faydaları artık herkes anlıyor, görüyor. Dünyanın yeni ve hayati meydan okumalarla karşı karşıya kaldığı bu dönemde Türkiye 100 yılı vizyonumuzda takip eden değil, takip edilen ülke konumumuzu daha da pekiştireceğiz. Türkiye 100 yılının ülkemizle beraber tüm dünya için huzurun, güvenin, istikrarın, barışın 100 yılı olması hedefiyle demokrasi ve kalkınma atılımlarımızı hızlandıracağız. Bu çerçevede ortaya koyduğumuz yarın değil, hemen şimdi düsturumuz en çok da küresel meselelerin çözümü için geçerlidir. Türkiye olarak her hal ve şart altında adaleti, vicdanı ve akil bakış açısını temsil etmekte ısrarcı olacağız. Herkesi dünya 5'ten büyüktür tespiti etrafında toplanmaya davet ederken daha adil bir dünya mümkün diyerek de umudumuzu diri tutmayı sürdüreceğiz. Sahada ve masada diplomasi yürütürken düşünce zeminini de sağlam tutacak etkinlikleri ihmal etmeyeceğiz. Bu çerçevede TRT World Forum'un karmaşık meselelere yenilikçi yaklaşımlar sunmada dikkatle takip edilen bir platform olarak öne çıkmasını temenni ediyorum. Sözlerime son verirken bir kez daha TRT World Forum'un başarılı geçmesini diliyor. Programa katkıda bulunan herkese teşekkür ediyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'a konuşması için teşekkür ediyoruz. Ve Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızın bir müddet daha sahnede misafir ediyoruz. Şimdi günün anısına Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımıza hediyelerini takdim etmek üzere TRT Genel Müdürü Profesör Doktor Mehmet Sait Sobacı'yı sahneye çağırıyoruz.
The gift you're holding now, of course, represents the grain shipped from Ukraine to the entire world thanks to the Black Sea Grain Corridor Agreement and its architect, His Excellency
Bu
President
özel
Recep
hediye
Tayyip
Zat-ı
Erdoğan.
Ali'nin çabalarıyla gerçekleşen Karadeniz Tahıl Koridoru Anlaşması sayesinde Ukrayna'dan tüm dünyaya sevk edilen buğdayı temsil etmektedir. Şimdi aile fotoğrafı çektirmek üzere Sayın İletişim Başkanımız, Sayın Yönetim Kurulu Başkanımız ve değerli üyelerimiz, Sayın Genel Müdürümüz ve kıymetli Genel Müdür Yardımcımızı sahneye davet ediyoruz. We invite our esteemed Director of Communications, our esteemed Chairman of Board of Directors, our esteemed members, our esteemed General Manager, and our esteemed Deputy General Managers to the stage for a family photo to be taken.
Time.
Mr. President, His Excellency. Sayın Cumhurbaşkanı, Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan katılımlarından dolayı teşekkürlerimizi sunuyoruz ve Sayın Cumhurbaşkanımızı formumuzdan saygıyla uğurluyoruz.
Okay. So we don't have to announce the lunch break. Everyone knows that.
Yeah. Or we can do that once the president.
Okay. Is my mic on? No, my mic's not on. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a lunch break now, but please do return in just a little bit over an hour at 13:40, and we will begin our first panel discussion of this year's TRT World Forum.
Mapping the future.
Mapping the future, uncertainties, realities, and opportunities. And our first panel will be A World in Disarray, the return of geopolitics. We have a fantastic panel joining us. So please, we'll see you back here at 13:30.
Enjoy your lunch, everybody. Thank you very much. We'll see you soon.
Thanks. What time is it? What's the time?
Serdar. I'm Wilson. How are you? What do you think that's all about?
I can't believe you're still alive. obviously all been delayed a bit, but we'd like to get the panel session started as soon as possible, see if we can make up some time. So if everyone could take their seats, it would be greatly appreciated, and we'll get started with our first panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please take your seats, we'd like to begin this session imminently. As everyone's aware, we're already behind schedule. There we go. That sounds louder. Ladies and gentlemen, please, if everyone could take their seats, we will begin our first panel session of the TRT World Forum. I'll give everyone else one final minute to take your seat, and we will get started. Ladies and gentlemen, if everyone could please take their seats. We're going to begin this first session of the TRT World Forum. And if everyone could please sit down, that would be great. We're already delayed, as you're all aware, and our guests actually have limited time today, so I'd like to get started as quickly as possible. Okay, if everyone could just sit down, that would be great. We'd like to get started. As you know, we're already 25 minutes behind schedule. So, welcome back, everyone. I hope you all were able to enjoy at least some lunch and have fully recaffeinated. I'm honored to be hosting the first panel session of the forum this year, as we have truly distinguished guests on our panel this afternoon to discuss a world in disarray, the return of geopolitics. And you'll notice in your program that that is phrased actually as a question, because some might argue that geopolitics actually never went away, while others have said, oh, they faded into oblivion really at the end of the Cold War, when Western liberalism claimed a sort of global victory at the time. Well, we know that dynamic has changed dramatically in recent years, and most everyone has recognized a sort of new world order. And sadly, some have noted a new Cold War, as new powers rise to challenge what we've grown comfortable or uncomfortable with over the last few decades. So I'd like to get started as quickly as possible and just introduce my panelists to discuss a world in disarray, the return of geopolitics. First, I have to my left, the former president of the United Nations General Assembly and a member of Turkish Parliament, Volkan Bozkır. Great to have you. And to his left is Romania's former Prime Minister, Mr. Victor Ponta. Also with us is Rwanda's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Vincent Biruta. And the former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Political and Military Affairs, Brigadier General Mark Kimmitt. And last but not least, head of the European Union delegation to Turkey, Ambassador Nikolaos Mayer-Landrut. Thanks all so much for being with us. I'll tell you what, I'm going to start with a broader question to establish where each of you stands. When you hear just the mention of a new Cold War and, dramatically shifting global dynamics, that could lead to serious instability. Some even fear all-out war. Volkan Bozkır, how seriously do you take it? Do you think the world is actually on the brink of further crises, or are the right people in the lead at this point to take us toward better and more stable global relations? There you go.
I think the world has faced important earthquakes in the last few years. First was, of course, the COVID pandemic. The world was not prepared, and to overcome it took many different type of efforts. But the invasion of Ukraine by Russia is another earthquake. But we must not look to this earthquake as if it is just a military operation. It will have many other consequences on food security, energy security, to reach the other parts of the world. And I think because of this, the United Nations, NATO, and the European Union couldn't pass the stress test. And that is another problem we're going to deal. When we talk about the new world order, we must also look into our hands, what we have. We have the United Nations, a post-war, post-Second World War institution, which is wonderful with UNICEF, UNESCO, UNCTAD, or whatever the side institutions are. But when it comes to politics, UN is not a successful authority. But what can we do about it is the other question. We don't have the luxury to replace it with a new entity, so we have to live with it. But what I'm continuously saying is, we can't face the 21st century problems with 20th century tools. So that is the difficulty. We thought that there were two buttons in the world, the buttons of the United States and the button of the Russia. But it came out to be that there was only one button. By pushing the US button, Russia can't even send basketball teams to the EuroLeague, or the tennis players are prohibited. I mean, everywhere they have been blocked, and the return to this button is not there. So we were talking about a bipolar world. We are also now thinking about what will China do? What will be the new dimensions of this balances? Where will this bring us? But when there's 800 million people at the brink of starvation, or same amount of people don't have electricity, and the UN is incapable of handling these situations, I think we must look to not only to a new world order, but if you give me the floor again, I will explain to you what can be done and what can't be done. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let me turn to Ambassador Meyer-Landrut. I know you have very limited time. In fact, only, I think, 15 more minutes that we have you here. So yeah, same question to you. And from what I gather, you are a bit, the glass is half empty on this question.
Okay. Well, thank you for the question. Thank you for having us here. I think what we have to realize is that we have a war. And this war is a war of aggression, and it's a war of conquest, where, if you want, military imperialism is back on this continent. And this war is not only unlawful and unjustified, unprovoked, but it has consequences which go far beyond our geography and our region. And so this is a war which concerns us all, and it's the Russian aggression. And why is this concerning us all? I just would make 3 points. First point, if aggression pays, if conquest by force again becomes something which is acceptable, then this can happen everywhere across the world. So this is something which we cannot accept. Territorial integrity, sovereignty of Ukraine is key. And Russia is breaking this, and is breaking international commitments, and so on. So this is the first point. This cannot become a precedent, should not become a precedent, and Ukrainian territorial integrity needs to be preserved. Sovereignty needs to be preserved. The second point was mentioned, is energy. We have a huge increase in energy costs. And again, the origin of the increase in the energy costs, which all our populations face, is Russia. It is Russia which started to use energy as a political tool, some said even weaponizing, even before the war starts. So this is where it starts. Now we have to draw our consequences from this. And on the grain, on the food, it's the same. It is Russia which in the beginning blocked the Ukrainian ports and made it impossible for Ukraine to deliver grain to the world markets. Now, thanks to Turkey and its president, and we rightfully congratulated the Turkish president this morning on his initiative and on his actions on the grain deal, but still the beginning of all this is a Russian aggression. So I would say, as a bottom line, and Edi Rama said it in the beginning, this war of aggression is a watershed for European security order. This is the European 9/11. Nothing will be as it was before, and we will all have to face up to it. Thank you.
The European 9/11. You know, it's interesting. I actually remember hosting debates in 2007 discussing whether or not Russia was using or planning to use gas as a weapon. And here we are today. General Kimmett, I'll turn to you next, as I'm very curious to hear what you have to say with your decades of experience with the U.S. military.
Well, I think if you talk about the actual... Can you hear me?
No, make sure it's
green.
green.
Yes. Green. All right. I think if you ask the question about is there a new Cold War, first of all, I think our fellow panelists have talked about the current hot war that's going on inside Europe, and I agree with them. But if you want to look at where there is a new Cold War, it's the Cold War that's happening in the Pacific. If you take a look at what is happening, where there's an ideological challenge between China, America, and America's allies, an economic war in that region, a military buildup in that region, to the point where America now sees China as a pacing threat and soon to be a near competitor to the United States. It looks very much like as the situation did in the 50s and 60s between Western Europe, the United States, and the Soviet Union. So while there may be a hot war going on inside of Europe, there certainly is a Cold War in the Pacific between America, its allies, and a very rising and very belligerent China and its long-term aspirations.
Let me call on Vincent Peruta. Please go ahead.
So, I think, as it was said earlier, geopolitics have always been here in the world. And competition and rivalry is not necessarily a bad thing. What is bad is when this rivalry or competition is degenerates into an open conflict or a war. So we need to put in place, or we need to strengthen the systems which are there to prevent that competition and rivalry degenerate into open conflict. We have referred to the UN system. The UN is there with its own weaknesses, and it is our duty to just to find a way to fill the gaps and to make the necessary adjustment to make sure that the UN reflects the world in which we are living, so that everybody is represented and that the UN becomes more efficient. But so far, I don't see any other system we have to replace the UN. We should eventually focus on reforming it and making it as representative as possible. So that's what I can say.
Just quick, very quickly though, do you see regional organizations like the African Union in bits and pieces as a replacement for one larger organization like the UN, or could it never have the same kind of cohesiveness in order to get the same momentum and policy, force and policy?
So the African Union is, has been restructuring itself just to make itself relevant. And what we need in the international system is that we need the African Union to be represented, better represented in the UN Security Council, or even to be represented as a member of the G20. So for this to be achieved, African Union just need to reform itself, to have a voice, and to make sure that it is present on the international scene, and to make a good thing for the world to have all the parts of the world be equally represented. In this multipolar system, the African Union should need just to be one of the poles, a pole which counts and which can deal with other poles as an equal partner. That is how I see the African Union becoming relevant and having a say in the world business.
I feel yeah, thank you. No. Okay, Mr. Ponta, the same initial question for you, and if we could also look at, Romania specifically as a NATO country and a member of the EU, and looking at this new world order, how the war in Ukraine has changed things, has it helped or hindered prospects for unity and cohesion in the European Union as well?
First of all, good afternoon. I hope I'm heard. I'm very proud and happy to be invited to this panel with the other distinguished panelists. We have a very difficult task because after lunch panels are always the most difficult. Now you turned off the lights, so but please wake up because I'm not a politician anymore and I can speak out exactly what I think about the situation. And I was very happy to listen this morning to President Erdogan and Prime Minister Rama, also being less politician and more speaking to what the people really think and what the people really, addressing the really worries of the people. So you asked a question at the beginning. Yes, I was born in a communist country behind the Iron Curtain. I was lucky enough to be young when we became democratic. We joined NATO, European Union. Now I'm unhappy to see the Iron Curtain just moving from the Berlin or from the communist countries to Donetsk area and to the border of Ukraine and Russia. It's nothing to make me happy. It's nothing to make me feel the world is better. On the contrary. It's like just we were able, this time I was more fortunate to be on the good side of the Iron Curtain, not on the bad side. But having an Iron Curtain doesn't make me happy at all. From this crisis and from this war, which was obviously started by Russia and by Mr. Putin, I think he's maybe now the most unhappy person that he started. There is one positive achievement and one negative achievement from my point of view as a European Union member and a European citizen. The positive achievement is that militarily I feel more secure. The American involvement, clear involvement, not only in Ukraine but also the other countries, Romania, Poland, makes me feel safe. I don't think Russia can attack anymore a NATO country. I think the lesson of technology, military capacity, and solidarity of NATO countries, it's a lesson learned by everyone. So this is the positive part. Once again, I feel safer. We will spend more for military, but makes me feel safer. The negative part is makes me feel poorer. Europe has managed very badly, in my opinion, the economic part of the conflict. The military and the political one, I agree. But the economic part, the huge rise of energy prices, inflation, lack of economic hope for European citizens, this makes me very unhappy because it's not something that I feel it will pass next year or in 2 years. On the contrary. And European citizens, they feel tired. They are like, yes, it's normal, it's logical. It's good to support Ukraine, but why do we have to pay such high prices for energy? Why do we have inflation? Why don't we have a strategy to remain Europe as a strong player? And I don't think we have it. It's not a critic to the distinguished ambassador of the European Union, even though he knows I'm very, very angry on the European Union, because yesterday, again, they said Romania and Bulgaria cannot be in the Schengen area. So wait for you Turkish people to have no visa as it was promised by the European Union. No, we've been there for 15 years and we are still not accepted in the Schengen area. I think this is a good motivation for Mr. Putin to celebrate whenever we are unhappy. So this is the negative part. I see countries, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Emirates, with smart leadership, being prepared for the energy crisis, taking advantage of energy crisis. And I see countries in the European Union which are completely unprepared, still almost one year after starting of the war, and having no hope for the future. So that makes me unhappy. And in the end, because the minister said that geopolitics, it's always there, I think that we had the illusion 20 years that we will not have another Iron Curtain, that we will have an open world and we can just take care of how to develop our countries and the level of life of the people. Now it seems to be an illusion, and people will suffer the most, not the politician and the leaders. Thank you very much.
As is sadly often the case. Ambassador Meyer-Landrut, if you don't mind, I'd like you to go ahead and respond to what Mr. Ponte had to say.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I think we agree on the cohesion which Europe has shown politically, the investments and the engagement Europe has shown on the military side to support Ukraine. And I'm also happy to see how much this has been done in a transatlantic tandem. I think this is very, very important also to stress that. On the energy prices, I must say we should not forget where is the origin. The origin of high energy prices is Russian policy. It's not Europe. The high food prices, the origin is not Europe, the origin is Russia. And the European Union has taken a very fundamental decision to disengage from Russian fossil fuels. This comes with a price, undoubtedly. This is something which will accelerate green transition in Europe. We have seen in November gas consumption in Europe being down 25%. So it seems that there is space for also energy savings. Yes, energy prices feed into inflation. Yes, energy prices, but not only in Europe, are a burden also in this country and around the world. I'm sure that we will turn our energy policy into something which is more sustainable and something which will manage for Europe an energy situation which is much more independent than we were in the past.
Okay. Ambassador Meyer-Landrut, I will let you go at this point. We'd like to thank you so much for being with us. He needs to navigate his way through Istanbul traffic to get to the airport in time. Thank you so much for joining us. Then Ambassador Bozkır, if I could come back to you, because
I hope he was not leaving because of my remarks.
I don't know. Ask him.
But honestly, if I am a member of the European Union for 15 years and I'm not accepted in Schengen area, what can we say to Turkish people? What can we say to the Western Balkans people? I mean, it's just the reality.
Well, let's hear what our Turkish
panelist has to say. Perhaps the ambassador is leaving not to listen to me.
And I wanted to ask you exactly that. Go ahead, as a Turkish citizen.
Let me start with the European Union part. I think Prime Minister Ponta said that he's not a politician anymore. I think he's not a prime minister anymore, but politician is always a politician, so I don't agree with him. Secondly, as Turkey is going to celebrate or remember the 60th anniversary of its association agreement in 1963, Turkey has shown that it is the most tolerable, patient, and reliable candidate to become member to the European Union. So I would suggest Prime Minister Ponta to be also patient, tolerable, but also decided in dealing with the European Union. One president of the European Union said once upon a time that if there is a political consensus, you will become member in a few weeks. But if there is no political consensus, then they will say the color of your tomato is not red enough, or the other vegetables produced are not green enough. So they will keep you waiting for many, many years. So we're waiting for the European Union to see that our tomato is more red than many other member countries. Having said that, if we look at the Ukrainian invasion of Russia, I think we're facing a very difficult situation. But the reality is that the post-Second World War institutions, the United Nations, IMF, World Bank, the dollarization of the whole world economy, is once again repeated. And the United States, without firing a single bullet, has shown that without the United States, NATO is not strong enough, EU cannot handle the military situation, and the world is more dependent on the United States. I was president of the UN General Assembly, and the contribution of the United States was not paid on time, so the salaries of the United Nations was in danger. And when the new administration came and this 20% contribution came back, everybody saw that without the US contribution, even to the budget, you can't live. So what we will go from here is United States will try to continue this very strong, presentation or in the world arena. But there are other situations. The world is less dependent on Russia than it is on China. For Russia, it is energy, grain, some military equipment for some countries. But for China, in every piece of your life, from your T-shirts to your chips or your whatever, your Apple phones or whatever it is, you are very much dependent. So you can't do the same thing you are doing to Russia to China. And China is another reality, especially in Africa. And in our childhood, younghood, we were dealing with North-South dialogue, G77. Now the G77 has a different name, China and the G77. So G77 became a different entity. And if you go to Africa, because of these road and belt politics, you will see that the presidential palaces, airports, ports, railroads, highways are mostly constructed by China. And when it comes to the United Nations, there is a China favoring group which mostly either stays, either supports something which China supports or doesn't, or abstains. So this is the new world, and success is the main pillar. If you are successful, you go on. If not, then other tries for successful things will happen. UN is not successful. NATO was not successful. EU was not successful in the Ukrainian invasion of Russia. So other regional institutions, if they are successful, will not, of course, replace the whole global body of the United Nations, but we will look into them as if they will solve regional and geographical difficulties in the world.
It's so interesting to hear you say how you feel the world has actually become in many ways more dependent on the United States, while others seem to argue that they think it's becoming a less and less relevant global power because of the other rising axes. But General Kimmett, let me take this to you because you were also, Ambassador Boskurt, speaking about NATO. General Kimmett, a true sense of urgency has been injected into the organization, as you are aware, in recent years. Would you ever have envisioned, back in 2006, when some complained that NATO itself was becoming an obsolete organization, that was actually only served to create further division with Russia, would you ever have envisioned that it would be in the position it is in today?
I have no doubt that we have seen the end of NATO for at least since its beginnings. Everybody for years and years has said NATO is in decline, NATO is irrelevant. They said that when the wall fell down in '89, when NATO was struggling with this question about what's our task and what's our purpose, now that Russia is no longer the major threat which coalesces NATO. Then the Balkans came up, and it was very clear that NATO made a conscious decision to support the slaughter that was happening down in that region. So in many ways, NATO took on somewhat of an extended mission, but it demonstrated through what we see as relative stability in that region that there was a need for NATO and at that time. And we then went through the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. NATO did a wonderful job, regardless of the consequences and the outcome of Afghanistan. The fact that NATO was able to relieve much of the burden on the United States by taking over a number of sectors and command the entire operation, NATO did demonstrate its viability. So it should come as no surprise that when we saw the illegal invasion of Russia into Ukraine, that NATO would step to the front. Now, how that happened, why that happened, in many ways we went back to its original founding, which was the purpose of NATO. As the old joke says, the purpose of NATO is to keep the Russians out and the Americans in, and some would also say to keep the Germans down. But I think NATO, from its core mission and from its core foundation in 1947, stood up and is stepping up to what's happening in Ukraine. Now, is that a surprise? To many people it is. For many, many reasons. The defense budgets that had been put together by the countries in previous years to support NATO and its own national defense, from a 4-year holiday from history that we went on in America over the previous administration, towards a longer belief of a holiday from history that a resurgent Russia would never attack the West. In many ways, last February was a test, and I'm glad to see that NATO stood up to the challenge of what's happening in Ukraine, and I'm proud as an American that we were able to be at the front of that support. So I would say that not only now, just as NATO had to make a decision in the late 80s whether it had a purpose, and just as it made a decision last February whether NATO had a purpose, I think in many ways one positive outcome, if there could be any possible positive outcome of what we're seeing in Ukraine, is that NATO has stayed together, has stayed cohesive, and hopefully it will maintain that sense of cohesiveness until one day, God willing, that this war, this illegal invasion, this war crime that is going on inside of Ukraine is over.
Thank you so much for that. It's amazing, though, because we still have people arguing whether or not NATO created the conflict with Russia or whether NATO has defended against what was an inevitable conflict with Russia.
No, and we've heard those arguments before, that somehow there were these agreements that NATO would not expand to the east, that NATO enlargement was the proximate cause in the original sin which caused this invasion. I would simply ask the question of the Romanians, the Hungarians, the Poles. Were they allowed to make sovereign decisions about how they wanted to move forward? that was not geographically based, but it was a sovereign decision made by their country over their security, their future, their alignments. And to somehow, when we have this sterile argument that somehow NATO as one organization and Russia as another organization has the authority to make sovereign decisions for sovereign states about what they want to do, then I think that's a misunderstanding of what sovereignty truly means.
Okay.
If Russia doesn't want the Ukrainians to be part of the West, they've got to live with this, not use force to try to change that dimension.
Okay. Mr. Biruta, now I have to ask you this at this point, because as these new axes tend to form, it seems, or form or reform, I should say, Africa can often get caught in the middle. There are powerful partnerships on both sides, and each side can see Africa as a proxy against a perceived enemy. We saw it during the Cold War, and many say we're seeing it again now. How does Africa strategically build relations with the global powers that it needs to have relations with, whether commercial, political, etc.?
That's exactly the situation we need to change. Africa should not be there just as a proxy or see Africa as a continent which should align itself to one or the other power. Africa should be there by itself. And that's what I was saying earlier. We have poles around the world, and Africa should reform itself to become one of these poles, and to be able to count as an equal partner to other poles or powers. That's what we need to change, and Africa should not be perceived as a continent which is there just to align either to the West or itself to the West or to the East. And in this geopolitics, Africa should not be considered as just a country. Africa is diverse, and you have seen it even with the current crisis, the war between Ukraine and Russia. Africa has voted differently. Some countries have voted with the West, some others have abstained, some others have voted with Russia or supported Russia. So Africa is not unique. It is composed of 54 nations who have different strategic interests when it comes to just take positions in the world affairs. We have been talking about China, for example. China is a partner to Africa, as is Europe. And by the way, China is a partner to Europe as well. So for Africa, we are requested to choose. Are you with China or not? No. What China is, why China is coming to Africa, why China is becoming an important partner to Africa. Africa is looking at its own interests as everybody else is doing. So Africa should not be seen just as a country, and Africa is mature enough to be able to choose its partners, be it for trade, be it for other political and strategic interests. Africa is mature, but once again, Africa is not a country.
Right, but it is a strategic tightrope.
Sovereign nations.
Yeah. It's a strategic tightrope to walk, because there still are very powerful players on either side vying for influence, vying for relationships, and that's politics, that's geopolitics at its best. I'll tell you what, I'm hearing a bell. I'm not sure if that means we're supposed to wrap, but we did get a quite late start, so one final question actually for Mr. Ponta. And I'd like to go back to the EU, because it is so crucial when we look at the relationship globally and, of course, with the war in Ukraine. We look at an organization like the EU, we know its enlargement post-Cold War, at least in large part, brought dramatic economic prosperity to a number of the countries that had joined. But do you think it's done as well, creating and maintaining, a common European identity that would possibly prevent further division and conflict? Because we are seeing now, when I look at Romania versus Hungary, and Hungary siding more so with Russia's interest in the conflict in Ukraine, though he is an EU member and Romania's immediate neighbor, How is the EU doing managing cohesion?
Very bad. Very bad, definitely. And once again, I am referring to some countries in the Western Balkans which have been ready to be member of the European Union, and only for internal political interest of some countries never happened. By the way, I was preparing my intervention in Turkish. I'm happy I didn't have to do it because my Turkish is still very poor, but I'm speaking the same language with the ambassador next to me, asking when is Turkey ready to be member of the European Union? Because I think it has been ready for a long time. So European Union, it's still giving the feeling that there are first-class citizens, second-class citizens, and third-class citizens.
But we have to remember the internal politics that various countries are up against when we talk about EU expansion. I mean, many say the reason Brexit happened is because this fear was sown into so many Britons that the EU was going to expand and allow, 40 million new British potential citizens coming into the country from new EU members, most notably Turkey. It was tragic to see that happen, but that's the political reality on the ground. I know you think there should be an expansion and it would seem fair, but if the political reality for individual leaders is different, it's not going to happen.
The political reality of the leaders should not be totally opposed to the political reality of the people. That's my opinion. And by the way, why should Turkey now, today, join European Union, as long as at the border between Turkey and Bulgaria, the energy prices are 3 times higher in Europe than in Turkey. That means Turkey has a better energy policy than European Union. Why Europe, in my opinion, it was a very good reaction to the humanitarian issues of Ukrainian refugees. Why Europe treated so bad the refugees coming from Middle East? I mean, we didn't treat them like we are treating the Ukrainians, which is bad. So Europe, it's still undecided to treat everyone based on the principles that are asking to other countries. And this creates a lot of frustration. NATO, I'm very happy to be a NATO member, but first of all, I'm very happy to be a US friend, because NATO without US, it's just something that's very good for meetings and talking. And so that's the reality. That's the reality. And I think European Union, right now, it's losing the war. This is my opinion. Russia is losing the war, and China is very happy. Europe is losing the war, and everybody else is happy. And if we wish to be a winner after this war, we should start treating all the others as citizens of first class, like the ones that are deciding in Europe. As long as we treat with arrogance and with okay, wait, you are with Putin, you are not doing this, we will lose the war. That's my opinion, and I say this here in Istanbul, the best city in the world, by the way.
I agree. I don't think anyone would argue there. Volkan Bozkır, final words.
I think, as I mentioned, without the United States, no institution in the world is now feeling powerful enough. I think we must also consider that when we talk about NATO, of course, United States is the main pillar. But think about if Turkey wasn't there. I think without Turkey, NATO will not be there either. Because Turkey is controlling the straits, because of the skillful politics by President Erdogan, the grain deal has been achieved, because prisoner exchange has been achieved, because many other issues which wouldn't have been possible is achieved, and Turkey having the second largest army in NATO, I think is neglectable. So I would suggest our friends, the United States, in state politics, you can't be romantic or sentimental. So if you have feelings, good feelings about a country, it's okay. But this should be in dinners or official visits. You can call yourself Bidenopoulos, but it doesn't mean that the enfant terrible, the naughty child of Europe, should be favored against Turkey, which is controlling borders with 13 different, very colorful countries and trying to establish peace and stability in the region and in the world.
Volkan Bozkır, that will have to be the final word. That session went by very quickly, and we're still about 20 minutes behind schedule. So I'd like to thank all of my panelists, Romania's former Prime Minister Victor Ponta, Rwanda's Minister of Foreign Affairs Vincent Biruta, and Brigadier General Mark Kimmitt. Thank you all so much for being with us. What a fascinating session. And thank you everyone for being with us as well.
Always happy to be on the same team.
Not because of COVID, but because of other reasons, in discussing the situation that has arisen in Ukraine and in the world as a result of it. We have seen on 24th of February 2022 an unimaginable invasion of a whole country for no particular reason that makes any kind of sense. And since that time, Ukraine has been submitted to a military action at the front that has cost many lives, to a systematic destruction of its infrastructure, to a systematic destruction of all its means of productivity, its infrastructures needed for industrial development, the fields that are so rich in their fruits and in their grains and in the produce that is needed across the world have been turned into fields of devastation and mines that threatened to explode at any moment. The food supply of the world has been endangered. And I'd like to particularly note here how important it is that international bodies, such as the United Nations, but particularly influential countries such as Turkey and President Erdogan, with his efforts to ensure that at least some of the grain produced by the vast fertile fields of Ukraine could leave the country, bring its government and its people the necessary resources and income, and feed the people of those countries that otherwise would be starving. What we have seen in Ukraine is a breach of memoranda of agreement, whereby the Memorandum of Budapest a few days ago was its anniversary. Ukraine gave up a significant cache, you might say, of nuclear weapons, a significant way of defense when it ceded all its nuclear arms to the Russian Federation after the dissolution of the Soviet Union. It was given assurances by the Russian Federation and by Western allies that they would ensure its sovereignty and territorial integrity. They have not been able to ensure it, Russia has broken all international treaties and international law by invading Ukraine. And Russia has become a nation of terrorism, a terrorist nation that is committing crimes against humanity, not in the individual murders, rapes, the marauding and other abuses that we see in territories that had been occupied and then liberated again, but the systematic destruction of necessary infrastructure for health and survival for the whole Ukrainian population. And the United Nations, because of its very structure, because of the completely outdated way in which the Security Council is constructed and established, is totally paralyzed to be able to intervene and to ensure the peace that is so badly needed. And I might add that the expressions we hear from representatives of the Russian government, that this is a combat between Holy Mother Russia and the Western world and its values, among all other lies and distortions that this country is pouring forth, is really an insult to our comprehension of what a civilized world order could look like. A world where not just liberalism or Western liberalism is being respected. That is hardly the point. What we're looking for is a world where law and order and an understanding internationally accepted of what it means for individuals and nations to have certain inherent, inalienable rights that nobody should have the right to take away from them. This is the world order that is now being in danger. And anything that anybody, organizations, international or regional, countries, especially geographically and geostrategically important countries like Turkey, and anybody who is able to help should extend a helping hand to the people of Ukraine, but also to think about the future of humanity and the future of civilization, because we must have a world where certain minimal rules are expected if the nation that we know as a nation state, as a unit of governance in the world, but if the whole humanity is to survive or fall into anarchy, rapine, and death. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Please take your seats. Our session is about to start. Ladies and gentlemen outside, those of you having coffee, hurry up, hurry up. Make your way, please, to the session. How is the sound? Yeah. We can start? Okay, let's go. Hello, everybody, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends, everybody, welcome. Welcome to all of you. And a special welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to those of you who have joined us from outside of Turkey, outside of Istanbul. A round of applause to everybody. İstanbul'a hoş geldiniz. I am Maria Ramos, and I am very happy to be with you all here today. Ladies and gentlemen, in person, human beings, all of you here, we haven't done this for 2 years. A round of applause to you, all of us, for getting through this crisis, the pandemic. We came out the other side. However, we are here to speak about another crisis. Why so many crises, plural? And the World Food Programme calls it a global food crisis like no other. unfortunately. And we're going to speak about this crisis. But for that, I would like to introduce now my fantastic panel, ladies and gentlemen. We have, first of all here, Álvaro Rodríguez, UN Resident Coordinator here in Turkey. Join me in welcoming him. And next we have Chris Hegarden, former Secretary of the UN Committee on World Food Security, CFS for short. Welcome to you, Chris. And next we have a very special guest who I love interviewing on TRT World. And this is the first time I see him in person as well. Mukesh Kapila, Professor of Global Health and Humanitarian Affairs from the University of Manchester. Welcome to you. Fantastic. Well, we have a lot to discuss, ladies and gentlemen, but before we do that, we have a very special message from a guest who has sent a video to show his support for our session and our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, Director General of the World Health Organization. Welcome.
Dear colleagues and friends, the global hunger crisis affects more than 800 million people, driven by conflicts and economic shocks compounded by climate change. Infants, small children, and pregnant and breastfeeding women are hit the hardest. Around the world, there are now famine-like conditions in 6 countries. The Greater Horn of Africa, one of the worst-hit regions, is facing its worst drought in decades. WHO and our partners are on the ground providing basic health services, treating severe malnutrition, and helping countries prevent and respond to outbreaks. Over the long term, we need a profound change in food systems. We need to end unsustainable production and consumption practices that lead to environmental degradation and increase the likelihood of unsafe and unhealthy food, antimicrobial resistance, and zoonotic disease. I am pleased that Egypt, as COP27 president, with WHO and other partners, launched the initiative on climate action and nutrition. We need global efforts such as this, followed by action on the ground to address the intimate links between food security, production and consumption, climate and health. Building sustainable food systems and addressing the climate crisis are twin priorities for ending hunger and building a healthier, safer, fairer future for all people. I thank you.
Chief of the World Health Organization, thank you very much indeed for that message. I just want to start with you, Chris. How bad is the world food crisis right now? I mean, we heard there from Dr. Tedros. He said the hunger crisis, the global hunger crisis, affects more than 800 million people. That's more than all the people living in Europe. But this word, I'm sure all of you will agree with me, crisis. There's so many crises: the pandemic, the crisis, the climate change crisis, the cost of living crisis. Sometimes these words just float over me. But just for our audience, for all of us, just how bad is it, Chris?
Well, thank you, Maria. Can I start by first thanking TRT for the invitation, the chance to actually put food security on the agenda for such an important event. Of course, the government of Turkey for hosting this and being such a strong advocate for things like the Black Sea Grains Initiative. Socrates once said, nobody is qualified to become a statesman who is entirely ignorant of the problem of wheat. And that was over 2,000 years ago. These issues are here with us. They're here in our face. And if you look at the latest statistics from the UN, the SOFI report is put out every year. It's the status of food security and nutrition in the world. It's put together by 5 UN agencies. It is saying there are, and this is last year, data that there are 823 million people who are food insecure. That means they can't access healthy, nutritious food daily. FAO just put out a report a week ago saying that there are 45 countries in urgent need of food assistance, 33 of them in Africa.
So food insecure means what exactly?
It means not having the access to affordable, healthy food when you need it, where you need it. So it's an issue that when you ask how bad it is, it's not just a question of people not getting enough food, it's people having the wrong kinds of food. So it's people being priced out of markets. So the affordability issue is a major problem around the world, which we've seen from the issues of having Ukraine grains taken off the market and the prices rising. So it is bad. And I think tied together with the energy, fertilizer, supply problems, with the health issues that the WHO DG spoke about, right? This is now about fixing our food systems, not just food security. This is a complex matrix.
And that's the word that Dr. Tedros used. He says we need to make it a priority to fix the food systems, not food security. What's the difference? Food systems, food security?
There is a very clear definition of food security that the UN agencies have produced, but a food system, and this is something that's coming into common parlance in the last year. We had a UN Food Systems Summit in September 2021. It shows in a systemic fashion that food is about not just producing calories, it is about the impact of food on health. It is about the impact on water resources. It's the question of gender. It's the question of education. Food can touch at least 10 of the 17 SDGs in one way or another. So it is now, finally, people are starting to talk about the holistic approach to fixing the food system.
You mentioned the SDGs, and just to go back to the urgency of this crisis. Now, this is very important for the UN. You have a huge goal by 2030. It is 2022. We are 8 years away. One of your goals, I believe it's number 1, is no poverty by 2030. Are you going to reach this goal, Alvaro?
Well, my personal opinion is that very sadly we will not if we don't ramp up massively during this last 8 years of this SDG time phase, which runs from 2016 to 2030. As colleagues would know, the SDGs are 17 goals and 169 targets that present probably the most ambitious framework for human development the world has ever seen. But the challenge is that they were launched. Very soon we got into COVID. Now we're in the cost of living crisis, the climate change crisis. And precisely because of what Chris said, that you must look at these things in a holistic way, you actually need progress along many fronts at the same time. You cannot address Goal 1 on poverty if you do not address Goal 3 and Goals 4 on education and health. And the challenge we have now is that policymakers have very difficult choices to make. Do you build a school and pay teachers, or do you pay more for food imported from a country that traditionally has not been a provider to you? Do you spend more on security, given the challenge of the new geopolitics that we've been talking about since this morning? So unfortunately, I think we are in a very difficult stage. But I would like to end by saying that of all priorities, the SG has highlighted the issue of climate change, which is, of course, another issue that must be addressed holistically and has very close links to all of the SDGs, and including food security and nutrition.
So just to be clear, you don't think that you will be able to reach no poverty by 2030 as an SDG?
As a trend, right now, no.
Incredible. I was actually in Saudi Arabia last week. Former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said there is no way, verbatim, that we can achieve the 17 SDGs by 2030. This is a catastrophe. I don't feel there's an urgency here that we should be feeling in this room, that we're not going to achieve the SDGs in 8 years.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Well, what's interesting, if you compare our discussion now on very human issues of nutrition, of health, and you compare the discussion on geopolitics, the SDGs, in a sense, come from an era not so long ago, just a few years, where the geopolitics seemed to be quite different, and where to achieve consensus was easier, even though we knew that some countries had such a low starting base, they would really struggle. But my feeling is that now the new geopolitics, if we can call it that, has diverted attention from those human development goals into issues more of national security. And accompanying that is a challenge that I believe is probably a challenge to multilateralism in general. The new push towards nationalism, maybe regional groupings, and looking after yourselves. So maybe less of a commitment to the global agenda that we probably had over the last 30 years.
This is concerning, what you're saying there, Alvaro. Mukesh Kapila, you're sitting there listening quietly, but I know you've got fantastic things to say. You wrote an article where you said, I mean, we'll be speaking about solutions, but governments need to make this a priority. And just wrapping up this theme of the urgency that we're not going to achieve zero hunger by 2030. Do you think they can prioritize this? That they can really put food as a crisis as a priority, given all the other crises that there are?
I think without food, you can say goodbye to solution to any other crisis. I mean, you know, you only have to be hungry for half a day yourself to realize that for yourself. So it's not a question of whether governments will do that. They will have no option but to do that. A hungry population and a population that is increasingly dependent on the food produced by strangers who have turned food as a weapon of war, as we are now seeing everywhere. That is the world we live in. So food is a security issue. And therefore, every government, every society will have to look upon food as a strategic tool. Therefore, what that means is that we have to learn the lessons from COVID, for example, that taught us that you can't rely on a foreign country to produce your essential medical equipment and your paracetamol. And you know what happened on that. Similarly, I think governments have to really have national food security plans.
Do they?
Well, they do in theory, according to the FAO. Many countries have so-called food and agriculture organizations. You know, they've got plans. But you know, the thing with UN plans is that they look great on paper, but in practical terms, people forget about them. One of the problems is that there has to be a transition and change in society. You can't, for example, rely on you know, we're now in the second phase of globalization. And what that means is that food security plans or national food aid or food strategies that are based on certain presumptions that gave us the SDGs, they're not the basis on which to continue on into the future. So it's quite a radical rethinking of our approaches to the food sector as a whole.
And you live in the UK, correct?
I live in Switzerland, but yeah, well, UK as well.
Yeah. Okay, but University of...
Globalization.
Globalization. So I was just reading as I was preparing for this session about one of my countries, the UK, and I saw a headline, there's a shortage of eggs in the UK. And I just thought, goodness, this isn't food security. This isn't something that automatically I assume is Yemen, Somalia. Even in my country, there is something so basic as this now not in the supermarkets, which just really got me thinking about the systems and everything that we were talking about. I want to go back to looking now at an example of how governments can really come together, and the Black Sea Grain Initiative That was fantastic, was it not? Isn't that a model that can really be replicated? But before you answer that, just what has been the impact of the Black Sea Grain Initiative? Because I think this is one of my favorite stories. Obviously, I live in Istanbul. I work for TRT World. Not only that, I see the grain ships passing by on the Bosphorus, and you see them, you know they've left from Ukraine, and they're going to developing countries and other countries. But what has been the impact? Because this is so close to your heart, and this has been so fundamental for global food security, Alvaro.
Yeah, well, certainly it's been extraordinary, but as extraordinary as it is, it's not enough in terms of the global security, food security issues and food systems issues. But in short, to give you an idea, at the start of the war, it was estimated that around 25 million metric tons of cereals were in Ukrainian silos and could not find their way to countries that had purchased them. Half of that, in fact, over half, over 30 million tons have already left, and there are around 70 ships waiting in the Sea of Marmara to go through the humanitarian corridor to the Odessa ports to transport another 2 to 2.5 million metric tons. So this has allowed at least three things to happen. First, of course, prices went down as supply increased, as you would expect, since this is a tradable commodity. Secondly, many hoarders that were expecting the price of food to go even further up had to release what they were hoarding. And we know this specifically happened in the Horn of Africa. Again, not enough to stem famine there, but that has enabled that grain to go into the market. And a statistic that we often use that is probably changing over time is that the prices of food went down anywhere, or cereals mainly, went down mainly by 8 to 10%. So the impact has been huge. But the Grain Initiative, which incidentally we owe so much to the government of Turkey for the mediation role, the balancing role that it has played since the start of the war, as mentioned this morning, has the potential also to deal with fertilizers. Fertilizers that would go through Ukraine, and in fact fertilizers and food that would come out of Russia. Russia has more cereals than the Ukraine does, but is facing problems of insurance, reluctance of shippers going there. So we hope that if we open up the opportunities for Russian cereals and Russian fertilizer, we can also begin to protect the next season.
If it doesn't, if we don't get that cereal and that fertilizer out of Russia, what happens?
We don't, for issues of concern related to insurance, the lack of SWIFT to be able to make payments, maybe geopolitical considerations. But there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and that is that the first 200,000 tons of fertilizer that was Russian and was held in the Netherlands has been shipped out a few days ago. So we are hoping that that will become much more pronounced, and we will be able to get not only the fertilizer, which Russia is a major provider, but through the good offices of Turkey, is to ship cereals that are in Russian silos specifically to poor countries and LDCs.
And are you confident that we will get that fertilizer and grain out of Russia?
Yes, cautiously very optimistic. And a lot depends on the government of Turkey, who's of course been such a great facilitator of this process working with the United Nations.
Because we know that has been a demand there from President Putin. Chris, looking at the Black Sea Grain Initiative from a global perspective, because sometimes I think we're so close to it here, it's close to our heart, close to us physically. What has it meant for the global food crisis, and what lessons can be learned?
Yeah, I mean, I share your optimism, and obviously we all owe a debt of gratitude to the government of Turkey, as well as the Secretary General of the UN and the governments, the leaders of Russia and Ukraine, for reaching that agreement in July. You have to remember that Russia and Ukraine combined, at least in 2019, basically supplied about a quarter of the world's wheat. So a shock of having the supplies of wheat sunflower, edible oils, and fertilizers just turned off, of course, sent panic and shockwaves through the financial markets that control the industry, the open market trading system that we're so dependent on. So I think not only did COVID sort of unveil the problems that we have in our global system, trading and otherwise, production, trading and consumption, the war in Ukraine has revealed that there is really some very perilous overconcentrations of supply for key commodities that we as a global community, we consume a very small number of commodities, when in fact there are thousands and thousands, estimates of 80,000 edible plants that people can be eating, and the vast majority of the calories consumed around the world are from a dozen, 24 commodities. So I think what Dr. or Mukesh, if I can call you that, was emphasizing is that, yes, food security is a question of national security, and governments need to take it more seriously. Food sovereignty has to be given a serious relook so that governments are not...
Food sovereignty, that's a great term.
Because these shocks are going to come, whether it's from zoonotic pandemics, whether it's from conflicts. We've seen the number of conflicts spiking, they're getting worse. Kiss a diplomat, please, everybody, because we need to resolve these conflicts, which are getting out of control. But the food system has to be given more attention politically, more funding to address, and every one of us needs to play our part. This is not just relying on leaders and governments. We all have a role and a responsibility to make the right choices around food, what we consume, what we buy, and what we demand of our leaders.
Food sovereignty, that stuck with me. Mukesh Kapila, can we achieve that? So that, in practice, means every single country being able to produce everything that it needs to eat for its people, not having to rely on anybody outside. Is that wishful thinking?
I think it's not necessary for every country to produce everything it eats. In fact, it would be distinctly harmful to do that, because the ecosystems will be degraded even faster. So, for example, we all eat bread everywhere in the world. It'd be, I think, pretty bad for the climate if every country in the world started producing wheat, for example, right? But I think the point made is that we will have to change our diet. Why are we all dependent on bread or on wheat or rice or maize? There are many other molecules that we can eat. A point has already been made.
So you're asking people to change their diet?
Yes. We have done worse things or better things in the past. Why can't we do it so now? And it's happening anyway. And this is part of adaptation to both climate change and a changing world.
What does that mean in practice, to change your diet?
Well, it might mean, for example, that we look at the balance between different food groups, whether it's carbohydrates, proteins, or fats, and we look at the different plant sources for the vegetables, if you can put it that way. I think more and more people are getting more vegetarian anyway, but I'm not necessarily promoting that, because I think there's a shortage of protein in the world. So we're not saying that everyone should give up eating meat. That's one thing. Also, it's local production. Remember, there's something like, correct my figures if I got it wrong, but somewhere in the region of 60-70% of food is produced by small farmers. So here we are talking about billions of tons of food being moved by massive ships across Bosphorus and such like. Well, that's not where most of the food comes from. Okay, we're focusing on Ukraine now, and we have a crisis, and it's fantastic what's happening. But this is not the real story of food security.
What is the real story, Mukesh?
Well, the real food security is the millions of small-scale farmers in every community you can think of, growing their own food patches, and the food miles that travels is much less than, I don't know how many thousands of miles this grain is going to come from Russia or Ukraine. That's number one. And now, especially here in Istanbul, one of the most urbanized cities in the world, more than half the world's population is now living in cities already, right? So why can't food be grown in cities? It will have to be. It'll be grown in neighborhoods. And yet the technology is available more and more. Vertical farming, hydroponics, there are many techniques that are now coming in. And that's another form of adaptation that is coming in.
Love it.
So it's really important we don't fix on solving an emergency food problem we are having at the moment because one particular war and turning it into a strategy for food security because that will be not be fighting the real war we should be fighting.
Alvaro, you want to jump in? And I know Chris is eager to. Alvaro, can you just put your mic on, go?
Yes, I think that there are a number of things that we can do that are actually not so dramatic. And I wanted to mention a couple, and I know Chris also has written about this. I've read a statistic recently in preparing for this. I believe globally, it may have been more in one region than another, but globally, 25% of the food that is produced gets disposed of. 25%. So it's not like we, in a sense, don't have food. We have food, it's just that we are not managing it properly. And we also have the problem, of course, of obesity, ironically in a world where we're saying, well, maybe there isn't so much food. It's just that we are, again, dependent on inappropriate food, depending too much on high calories, junk food, things like that, that must also change. And then finally, I wanted to agree on the issue of smallholder agriculture and how to increase that competitiveness. Because in Africa, which we always identify as an area that is food insecure, if we did more for small-scale farmers, a lot of the problems could be solved locally.
Absolutely. To the farmers, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. To the farmers. Chris.
Yeah, sort of speaking to what Alvaro mentioned and Mukesh as well, so much of the food that we grow around the world and grow in ways that is not healthy to the ecology often, that's feeding the pigs and the cows and the chickens and the goats that go to human consumption. So I think if you look at what the experts and the scientists are recommending, it's moving towards plant-based diet, less meat. You still need ruminants, you still need cattle to help with grasslands and grassland management. So nobody is saying do away with meat entirely. It's a personal choice, but it is a fact that what we're doing with our food systems is contributing to unhealthy soils, unhealthy waters, and contribution to greenhouse gases from agriculture and land use is estimated to be between 25 and 33%, according to the IPCC. So agriculture cannot be looked at absent the climate discussion. Agriculture impacts our climate. Climate is impacting our agriculture, making it harder and harder for those small farmers, especially who are struggling. So these are some of the issues. The health one is the other one. The number one killer in the world now is...
Get ready for this. Chris gave me the statistic outside. Get ready for this.
Diet-related illness and disease. So we're talking about heart disease.
Can you just say that again? Because this is terrible.
The number one killer in the world is diet-related illness and disease. So we're talking about diabetes, heart failure, cancers. So this is making...
all because of the wrong foods that people eat.
The diets that we're seeing people move towards, and it's, my own country, the United States, Americans get 60% of their calories from ultra-processed foods. The National Institutes of Health have clearly identified links between ultra-processed foods, obesity, and early death. They're still trying to sort out the reasons why, look at the study, but it's clear ultra-processed foods are bad. These are the ones that don't exist in nature, high in sugar, fats, and salts. That's what the rest of the world is emulating, sadly.
And also conversely, if I may add, a third of the women in the world are anemic.
A third of the women in the world are anemic.
Are anemic, rich and poor countries, but obviously more in the poorer countries. 20% of children are malnourished. Malnourished doesn't mean stunted alone. It also means obese children. So what that means is the focus on quantity of food is only a partial part of the story. The quality of the food is at least as important, and quite possibly it is where the biggest interventions are going to be needed. If to pick up Dr. Tedros' point that is implying in his presentation, we are to actually benefit fully from nutritional quality food that we should be eating, not just quantity.
Now, we've been speaking so much about fantastic topics here and themes, but of course, money needs to come, funding needs to come. Who needs to step up to get that money to stop a global food crisis? Because I saw there was some unhappiness after a recent G7 meeting where there wasn't enough funds coming towards the World Food Programme's plans. So who needs to step up, Alvaro? And also, is there money, is there political will behind this?
I think we live in a world, in fact, that is awash with money. It's just very poorly distributed. And we live in a world where inequalities have become just not only wide or extreme, they're actually obnoxious and even immoral and unethical, quite frankly. I read a little article of how one important person that we all know went to visit outer space, which is an interesting thing, and it cost $2.5 million a minute on fuel. So we live in a world where that coexists with women in Somalia not being able to eat well enough to produce milk for their babies. And I've seen that firsthand, and I know Mukesh has too. So we have, unfortunately, a context that is not so conducive. Aid is a partial solution, and I'm in the business of aid, but one can never rely totally on aid for this. There may be some exceptions of countries that have really fallen through even the most basic safety nets, such as Somalia and Yemen, where we must do that. But the responsibility, I would say, is with national actors and regional and international bodies that do not necessarily just give money as aid, but facilitate commercial and financial transactions to empower credit for women-headed households in Africa, small-scale farmers in general, the private sector to provide credit for proper inputs and for marketing, government boards that actually enhance the links not of just a few corporations to international trade, but the whole supply chain from small-scale farmers onwards, and of course all those parts of the food system that we're talking about that are so essential, the fertilizers, the water, using nature-based solutions so that your country, like Pakistan, doesn't end up 1/3 underwater. We need to do better in climate change adaptation as well. So there are many measures that come into this. We need a holistic approach, which maybe makes it more holistic, but it's the only way that it will become sustainable in the long run.
And you mentioned Pakistan. I remember when Pakistan, a third of Pakistan was underwater a few months ago, the climate minister said, she said, there is money in the system when it comes to war. But Chris, why isn't there money to really, I don't know, stop a global food crisis from getting worse?
Well, I think
is it because it's not a priority, as Mukesh said?
Prioritization is always the key, and Alvaro spoke to this earlier, bringing up the issue of trade-offs, right? The policymakers, government leaders have to decide what percentage of their budgets go to what priority. So food systems, food security, have to be pushed. It can't be left to chance. I mean, if you look back, remember back in 2020, you had the WFP executive director and Elon Musk squaring off on
fantastic moment
Twitter.
On Twitter, right? Absolutely.
He said, why can't you give 1/6 of your one-day profit to feed the world's hungry, right? He estimated $6 billion. I think since then it would be estimated about $7 billion. And he got no answer except, you know, some trolling. But what did he spend on Twitter a couple months ago? Was it $44 billion? So not only is there money in the system, to answer your question, but the money is not going to the right things. So
I remember Oxfam, the wealth report, like the 10 richest people, they got even richer during this pandemic, the wealthiest people. And you scratch your head and you think, how does that happen?
Right. No, there was a...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just because you mentioned your American thing, I'm just recalling as a child in India, growing up and eating American food aid during one of the periodic famines in India in the 1960s. And then my mother explaining to me, oh, well, this food comes from, the American Food Aid Program. And I remember this ambivalent feeling, on one hand, thanking these distant Americans who I didn't know anything about, and at the same time resenting the Americans. I do not wish to have anybody's billions. I really don't want American food aid. I really don't want must-spare billions. I really don't want it. I'd rather die than rely on that. We're missing the point here, ladies and gentlemen. All you're doing with the prescriptions is, tweaking here, a bit of generosity there, a little bit of pressure here, appealing to the G7. G7 doesn't work, make it the G20. G20 doesn't work, make it G40 next. Because the UN, which is the G193.
Okay, so you have two UN people here.
Yeah.
They're going to fight back.
I'm an ex-UN and I love the UN, nothing problem. But I think the point here I'm trying to make is that this is about going back to each society determining for itself its own destiny. It is not food aid that is needed, it is food security. And that will require all things that are mentioned, all the sensible things that are mentioned, but ultimately it needs a social change. For example, we now nobody talks about having to pay for your COVID vaccine anymore. Nobody talks about universal child vaccination in every country in the world, rich or poor. Every child gets it. Or universal primary education. Now, how about talking about universal food basket security?
Absolutely.
Meaning, in the same way that basic healthcare is a movement, part of the SDGs, so is universal education. Nobody talks about it anymore because we accept it all. It's the thing to do. So the idea that no one in the world needs to go hungry, at least for its basic quality nutrition, not 2,100 calories alone, but including iron and vitamins and folates and all the stuff that needs to it. Now, that's the vision that we need, not mechanical SDG targets in 17 areas. I mean, human beings can only deal with 5 things at a time. You talk about 17 SDGs, recipe for disaster, even when they're formulated. And I know, as part of the design of the SDGs, I was involved in various committees at the particular time. So I think this is a social, which means political, transformation that's needed to make food not a tradable commodity all the time, traded as it will be.
And not a weapon of war.
Sorry?
And not a weapon of war, as you've written about.
No, but for moving it from a commodity that can be bought and sold, and the markets, they're not going to send the food to the poorest people because they don't have buying power. But to turning it in the way we are turning, for example, water and sanitation, everyone's entitlement. You can still have private sector in water sanitation, but ultimately everyone realizes it's a basic human right. So we haven't mentioned human rights so far, but fundamentally it needs a complete transformation, not of food systems, but food justice.
Food justice, love it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting near to the end of this fantastic session. Let me check my amazing red phone. We're nearly there. Alvaro has a plane to catch. How do we then get to food justice? We have roughly 2 minutes each, closing remarks now, and this will be really what I want our audience to take away from this session. How do we get to food justice? And just to be very clear, that means nobody goes to bed hungry, right? Because we're talking about, I love this term, acute hunger as well. I mean, we're lucky, we live in countries where we're here. We're not, hopefully, not seeing that, but in your field of work, you see that and you talk about that. So, Alvaro, you first of all, how do we get to food justice in a practical way? I like practical, not too many... Yes. Not too many SDGs, but how practical?
Well, I will not be able to answer that, but let me say this. I think that there are a number of measures that are being proposed, including for something called the National Pathways for Food Systems, that are very important. But what I would really like to emphasize, which is less practical, but absolutely essential, is what Mukesh said now, is that we actually have a failure of imagination, I feel. As we enter the new geopolitics, I think we are failing in our imagination as to how to strengthen multilateralism, how to address issues of border security, how to address trafficking. We are used to tools that maybe work much better in a unipolar world than in a bipolar world. We need something different. But on the specific issue of food, I like very much this idea that food and the right to life, because in the end, absence of it will kill you, is not just a commodity. It may be part of international and national markets, but it's actually a right of individuals.
A human right. Food is a human right.
Yes, because we, with a few exceptions, like the Somalias and Yemens, and sadly a few other countries, we know that the system, the global capitalist system, or whatever we want to call it nowadays, has the funding. But it does not have the sense of priority, of prioritization, to treat every man and woman, boy and girl as equal and deserving of the same rights as a child in Sweden or a child in Ireland or a child in Canada. So I think we need more imagination in terms of how we are going to address these problems, and be braver and more risk-taking in giving up some of the tools that, frankly, as Mukesh knows, and Craig too, have not worked so well in the past. It was even mentioned by our two heads of state in the morning. Even some of the things that come from the UN. We need to change.
On that note, that's a very bold statement there. Over to you, Chris.
Well, I'll try to be quick. We've already talked about some of these. I have 10 solutions that are sort of key to this issue. One we talked about, which is food systems thinking, looking at the big picture. The other link to climate is changing the way we are dependent on a carbon resourced production system. We need to move towards regenerative agriculture and food production. Respect human rights. Don't blame farmers and the poor for the problems we're seeing around the world in terms of food. Create social safety nets. This is what governments need to do in every part of the world, so when the bottom drops out, people aren't left starving. Reduced food waste and loss. It's actually estimated at 40%. 40. That means that's an easy win. And the contributions of wasted food to greenhouse gas emissions, there's every reason that we should be working on that. There's plenty of technology to do it. Ramping up investments, you've brought that up, Maria. There's a lot of money that is out there, and it needs to be incentivized to go into healthy food systems, sustainable food systems.
And maybe not taking people into space, as David Beasley says from the World Food Programme.
You can do both.
You can do both? Oh, okay.
You can do both.
There's enough to go around. There's enough money in the system.
Helping build data systems that are linked to policymaking. This is a huge weak spot in government governance of food systems. The trading system, we spoke earlier about it. There are things that can be done to amend, to fix, making sure governments don't slap export controls on, making sure there's a level playing field, that subsidies for food and agriculture are addressed properly. We talked about food sovereignty. Again, it's a question of how do we strengthen resilience for all 193 UN member states. So when the shocks come, and they will come, how can they be better prepared for that? And last, I want to leave everybody in this room with the notion that you as individuals have the agency to affect change. Take it. Make sure your supermarkets carry the healthy, local, organic foods that you want. Pay a little extra. Make sure they realize that this is a value, that the true cost of food is being paid. This is a big problem with our food systems, that the damage to water, the air, climate, and human health, which we spoke about, is not being paid for.
But it is expensive. Sorry, this is another subject. Organic food, expensive, with the cost of living crisis, inflation. This could be another entire session, but thank you so much for that, Chris. Mukesh, the final word is yours. How do we get to food justice? Your term.
I don't know, even I'm kind of older now, and maybe a bit more patient. But actually, I get more impatient as I get older.
You get more impatient as you get older?
And all my friends and colleagues here have said incredibly sensible things. And who can but not agree with them? And yet, fundamentally, I feel dissatisfied. Why? Because by the time sensible people do sensible things in a sensible time scale spanning decades, one, I'm not going to be there, which is going to be relief for me personally, But I'm going to see all the casualties along the way if I was to survive that long. I do not think the world can be solved. And a problem which is so difficult, so naughty, so insensible, if you like, cannot be solved by sensible ways. An irrational problem, which is what it is, hunger is, cannot be solved by rational approaches alone. So for that, I think, especially if we talk about food justice and therefore a food movement and therefore about the agency of people, your final point, Chris, which I take on board, we have to get mad. We have to get angry to make a social movement out of this. So, to start with, those who have never felt hunger, they could start by going hungry. And then when hunger clarifies your mind, which apparently it does when you fast, people tell you that, then the answers will come. But I think this is a movement that is urgent, requires urgent action in terms of saying it's wrong for anyone to go hungry. And in the way we have seen many, many changes take place in our society on many issues, it is possible that we can shortcut long technical prescriptions, which are all very good, at a faster pace to achieve the fairness and justice that I think all of us instinctively want.
Ladies and gentlemen, and we close on that note, I believe. Get angry for food justice. Do I have consensus from my panel? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to thank my panel. Alvaro Rodriguez, UN Resident Coordinator here in Turkey. Thank you so much indeed. Chris Hegarden, former Secretary of the UN Committee on World Food Security, CFS for short. Thank you so much to you. And Mukesh Kapila, Professor of Global Health and Humanitarian Affairs at the University of Manchester. Thank you so much. Fantastic panel, fantastic audience. Thank you so much for being with us here today. Get angry, ladies and gentlemen, for food justice. Thank you so much. Teşekkür ederim. Bye bye. Thank you. Un placer. Uy, tienes dos cartas. Ah, sí, foto. Una foto. Let me... Nos vamos a poner todos. Espera.
Maurizio. Is there sort of, are there any speakers outside? Okay, cool, cool. Kapattınız ha. İçerisi
And then we are Mediterranean, come on. He's Egyptian, I'm Italian. He's half Sicilian, the wife is Sicilian.
Okay, there.
So, you're Turkish.
the big screen behind me, we have a short introductory video in terms of setting the stage up for our discussion for the next 45, 50 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's begin, shall we? A couple of days ago, I was running my eyes through an article, and in this article, it was mentioned that the famous American author Isaac Asimov was asked to sort of put down on paper what he thought the world would look like in the year 2019, and perhaps it was kind of like an ode to Orson Welles. And keep in mind, this was 40 years ago. And one of the concepts that, according to this paper, that was put forward was that of computerization. I think the more technical term that he used was the march of the computers. And in his words, through industrialization, sort of the transformation of power going from farm to factory was one that was swift, it was one that was painful. And according to him, the transformation of power that was to be experienced from factory to this new age of computerization, or the march of the computers, would be even more swift and even more painful. So without a doubt, we've seen some profound advances when it comes to concepts like artificial intelligence, quantum computing, robotics, space and bioengineering, just to name a few. From my understanding is that technology at a sort of very macro level, at a very international level, is one of the key drivers when it comes to the transformation of power. And it is essentially countries on the world stage that take advantage of some of these groundbreaking technologies that will reap the benefits of acquiring a strategic competitive advantage. That's my short intro. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the TRT World Forum's third public session. It is titled The Global Race for Technological Superiority, Shifting Paradigms in the Age of Artificial Intelligence and Cybersecurity. I will be your moderator. I am Ali Canayanlar. I would like to waste no time and actually introduce our esteemed panelists. To my left is Maurizio Chieri. Maurizio spent many years with NATO. He is a researcher, analyst, and advisor in the field of international security and diplomacy. Maurizio, good to have you on stage. To his left, we have Bahar Esmat. He is the Managing Director for the Middle East and Africa for ICANN. For those of you who may not be familiar with ICANN, it is a nonprofit partnership that that wants to keep the internet stable, secure, and interoperable. And as far as I understand, your company is not responsible for the content that is put on the internet. Mm-hmm. Let's make that disclaimer. Okay, and finally rounding off this wonderful trio of gentlemen is Glenn Gilmore. Glenn is a digital media expert and strategist. Glenn, good to have you. I'd like to point out that Time Magazine called Glenn a man of action. And he's also on the Forbes Top 20 when it comes to this field as well. We're going to put you on the spot with regards to this. Gentlemen, welcome to all of you. I would like to set the stage. Maybe let's begin with you, Glenn. In terms of artificial intelligence, take us from recent years where Isaac Asimov left off his essay. How artificial intelligence has changed our lives.
We see the use of artificial intelligence in many positive ways. For example, we now know that artificial intelligence can diagnose a medical condition better than a room full of doctors, the best doctors. And we're seeing applications in which artificial intelligence is adding efficiencies by taking an enormous amount of data and digesting that data very quickly and providing us with solutions so that in cities, in factories, in buildings, we have greater efficiencies in sustainability because we know where energy is being lost. We know before systems are going down, so we have what the phrase called predictive maintenance, predictive analytics. Before a problem happens, it can be noted and addressed. So we're seeing a lot of uses for artificial intelligence that takes out of the hands of people decision-making and automates in a way that we hope is beneficial to all of us. But in the process, if you talk to people who are really expert in artificial intelligence, they'll often say that even they don't fully understand how it works. And that's where we need to be very concerned, because we're creating this in AI we trust, and yet we're not quite sure how it fully works. But we are sure that there are instances in which it embeds bias, in which it may not be as reliable as we think it is. So as we look to the now and into the future, we have to add more transparency. The phrase is responsible AI. We have to know that the data it's looking at is inclusive, so that the decisions it makes are not biased, are not exclusive.
Bahar, let me ask you kind of the same question, but in terms of how does AI fit in the context of the internet?
So the internet, as many of you know, is a network of networks, and it was designed and built based on technical standards. We call them protocols, and these protocols they help devices, they help computers, they help networks speak to each other. And what ICANN, the organization I work for, is responsible for is basically the coordination of the naming system of the internet. This is the system, when you go online and you type something like trt.com.tr, this is an address that is part of a global naming system called the domain name system. And this is the system that ICANN, together with many of our technical partners, are responsible for coordinating at the global level. And this system, actually, what makes the internet the one single global network that we have today, because it's like, the one thing that keeps the internet together. Now, whether it's AI, whether it's social media, whether it's, an online e-commerce service or anything, all this comes on top of the internet. So the internet is, you can look at it, there is the infrastructure part, okay? And part of this infrastructure is the naming and addressing system, and then anything could, go on top of this infrastructure in terms of services and applications, including new technologies like AI and others.
Glenn said we don't know where this is going. Do you ever feel that artificial intelligence can actually be that base layer and sort of bypass the internet? Is that even an intelligent question?
Well, it could become part of anything that we as end users do online. But to what extent, to what level, I think, it's not clear yet. But yeah, it could become part of anything that we do.
Maurizio, let me bring you into the conversation. Glenn was sort of, when he was describing artificial intelligence, he said that it's essentially sort of taking people out of the decision-making mechanism. It sounds very revolutionary. The reason why I bring this up is you come from a part of the world where another revolutionary age began, and I'm talking about the Renaissance. You're from Florence?
Yes, that's correct.
That being said, I want you to sort of bring your interpretation.
Yes. First of all, Igi Akshamlar, if I can say, good evening. Thank you. Let me commend, first of all, TRT. It's the first time that I've been invited, and your government, because it shows the ability to create different points of view together in a forward-looking way. Because right now, nowadays, we are at the edge of a revolutionary era. even more than what Asimov said, you can read Yuval Harari. There are many young people here. There is a lot of youth. I believe in youth. You will live this transformation, this speciation, as this Israeli historian call it, Yuval Harari. Homo Deus, he wrote the book, The Man God. So we are very frightened about this because there is a dystopia over there that could transform our humanity. At the same time, we are very also excited because these are the best times you could live in history. I can say that many things improved. Technology helped a lot societies to improve. Now you call about uncertainties and opportunities. What I'm saying is this. During the Renaissance in Florence, I come from Florence, where Leonardo came from, after the Middle Ages, the Dark Ages, what we thought was to invest in polymath, meaning in people that were able to put together science, engineering, like my colleague is in engineering, but also people that were able to understand societies, politicians. So Leonardo was able to draw, for example, the first bicycle, the first tank, speaking about the military, the first UFE, because he drew also helicopters, but at the same time he was drawing Mona Lisa, he was having creativity, he was having critical thinking. So what we need today is to put together the STEM people, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, but also with the critical thinking, political scientists, sociologists, because we have to give a meaning to this revolution. Otherwise, it's going out of our hands. Why? Because it's exponential. So technological revolution is exponential means that respect to the agricultural revolution or the industrial revolution 10,000 years ago or 200 years ago, those revolutions were gradual. They transform society gradually. This revolution, it can transform society very quick. With the social media, we saw how we are attacked as democracies. We saw our mindset changing because we are not able to focus more than 3 seconds. With the disturb of the social media. So what I'm saying is that we are on the edge of a revolution that could, before, someone put the chip in your head, like Elon Musk said, I will be the first to put and become a superhuman. Before to do that, we have to understand who we are, what we want in our future, also at security level, because it can destroy our society. It's already destroying, because we are already fragmented, feeling loneliness, feeling solitude, polarization. Our democracies are not only polarized, but they are also, there is a populism coming with the misinformation, with the propaganda. I saw a very good document. It's called a documentary called The Century of the Self, from a British documentarist.
Century of the Self.
It speaks about how our subconscious mind guide our actions. Because, from psychologists, the most recent science, 100 years ago, the psychoanalyst Freud, he explained how the subconscious guide our actions. And the social media and the technology appeal to that subconscious because it makes you angry, for example, if some troll put you a sentence on your website, but you should not care because you don't know even who is this person or if it's a person. So going back again to Renaissance, one is to navigate through these seas of uncertainties through polymaths, but also recreating social capital. Social capital means in those times, and nowadays too, what we need is to recreate civil society through cooperation, associations, because those civil societies in those Renaissance times, they were the civil society that brought democracy. They brought a new push for science. And this means that we have to recuperate it instead of destroying it like
okay, I mean,
today.
so we need polymath, we need STEMs, we need people to be critical thinkers, we need to increase social capital. I get that. But when you look at sort of the world that we live in today, I'm going to call it superpowers. They exert their power through warfare, through defense industries. How does AI, and I'm asking you this question because you have spent many years at NATO and you're able to put this into perspective for us.
Yes. So I wanted to start with the domestic social issue because that's the base. But then going up in the global power competition, going up among this fight for who is getting before the knowledge of AI, we know that America called this decade the decisive decade. It means who is winning this competition in artificial intelligence. will win the rest of the century. So, you know, Xi Jinping just said that he wants to be the leader of artificial intelligence by 2030. Putin, the murderer, he said, who is going to lead in AI will rule the world. So we need to be fast, because as I said at the beginning, it's an exponential technology that is going on. So we need to be fast means our bureaucracies, our military infrastructures, our capabilities need to be adapted quickly to the technological revolutions. And that's why we need more investment also from our governments, from NATO, European Union, from UN, in this AI, in order for us in the West, in the democracies, to become the first to have that. Because there is also a problem of ethical. Because who is going to win this war is going to decide also the future ethics. Because if some dictatorships get the artificial intelligence power before us, it happens like the nuclear power. The nuclear power, thanks God, instead of Nazi fascism, was before in the United States of America. And thanks to that, then we had the possibility to recreate the liberal order, the United Nations, and all the non-proliferation treaty. But if China or Russia get the advantage, the comparative advantage in artificial intelligence technology, talking about military, that's the risk of humankind, because these people are crazy. They are rational thinkers, but at the same time, they want to recreate another world, another order. They said that. They wrote an agreement before the invasion of Ukraine, Xi Jinping and Putin. And they said, we are going to fight you, we want to create a new order, and if we come before with our technology, we will use it against you.
Glenn, let me ask you, I mean, just sort of to roll off what Maurizio was saying. I mean, if Russia, if China are major threats, do you think that sort of governments around the world are fully aware, are they fully cognizant of some of the challenges that is put forth in terms of shifting into an era of artificial intelligence?
I think everyone is painfully aware of the phrase a artificial intelligence arms race. And that should be worrisome to all of us, because we're talking about a technology that should be technology for good, but it's become a artificial intelligence arms race. And there's no question that the military application of artificial intelligence has become a necessity, because in the world of hypersonic weaponry, you need to have technologies that can make very, very split-second decisions. But we have to be fearful in a way, because there's a story that everyone who thinks about artificial intelligence, especially in the application of warfare, should be mindful of. A gentleman, Stanislav Petrov, who 30 years ago was tasked in Russia with monitoring their early warning system, their nuclear defense system. And his job was to monitor, and if he saw evidence that there was an attack coming, particularly from the US, that it should be put up to the next level, which would then trigger a nuclear response. And as he watched his digital screen, he saw a nuclear missile launch from the United States against Russia. And then he saw a second one. And the alarm went off that again, this digital warning system that he had, then a third missile came. And he decided, based on his intuition, not to put up to higher headquarters that information, because he knew if he did, it would trigger automated responses. Automated responses meaning a nuclear attack against the United States.
Mutually assured destruction.
So this individual, who not many people know about, prevented, likely, a nuclear war. What would have happened if we entrusted that early alert system solely to artificial intelligence? We may not be here having this panel.
Do you think there are people out there or countries out there with the same sort of good conscience as AI develops, like it did after Los Alamos?
I have to say that one of the things that I find encouraging, for example, in the war in Ukraine, the US Secretary of Defense recently called the Russian Secretary of Defense and said, let's just talk about what's happening on this battlefield today so that we don't misjudge. We have an understanding of what our relative positions are, so that we don't just make the mistake of pushing it to a nuclear war or something even worse. It's terrible as it is, but we need to have always that human decision-making. AI can supplement, and it has to supplement, but human decision making ultimately should be the final word.
Bahar, I want to get you in. Do you feel that that sort of international governments or intergovernmental organizations are really up to the challenge in terms of riding this wave of change? Are they prepared to stand up to the challenges?
So again, from a technical perspective, it's I mean we organizations like ICANN and other organizations in the field of internet governance, they years ago they adopted a model that's called multi-stakeholder model, whereby stakeholders from across the spectrum, from governments, intergovernmental organizations, NGOs, academia, and business, and so on, they come together and they engage in serious work, be it technical work, be it policy development work, and so on, in regards to the internet and the evolution of technologies, the development of policies, and so on. And IGOs, or intergovernmental organizations, they do take part in these interactions. A couple of weeks ago, the 17th Internet Governance Forum, this is a UN forum that discusses internet governance, just took place in Addis Ababa.
Mm-hmm.
And AI was, very present on the agenda as one of the key topics, along with cybersecurity and several other topics. So to your question, well, yeah, I mean, governments are involved, IGOs are involved, but again, I mean, the issues are very sort of dynamic, and it depends whether you're talking in a technical forum or a political forum, how things would look like.
From your position, tell me what you want to see in terms of sort of greater inclusivity when it comes to all this.
So we want to see, one of the amazing things about the internet is that it creates opportunities for everyone. Today we have over 5 billion users connected to this, global network. However, do they have equal opportunity? Can we do better in terms of what we can offer them, in terms of what we call meaningful connectivity? So to get access to the internet is one thing, but to get meaningful access to the internet is another thing. Talking of inclusivity, we're very, focused on, getting the next billion users come online and use the internet using their own languages, using their own, keyboards and scripts. If I come from, an Arabic-speaking country, then I'd rather see more content in my language online. I'd rather use addresses and domains in Arabic, and so for, Chinese and so on. So we have one of the projects, that we've been working on called internationalized domain names. And this allows countries, businesses, communities to have their domains in their native languages and scripts. Today we have over 40 countries with 60 plus top-level domains representing those countries online, representing their cultures. We need to see more of this. We need to see more of this coming from Africa, from Asia, from Latin America, and so on.
So, Maurizio, let me turn to you. I mean, Bahar was talking about his approach to sort of more inclusivity. We need more meaningful access to the internet. When it comes to the global population, talk to us about some of the dangers that we're faced with the fifth generation warfare, especially when it comes to what we're talking about, AI.
Yeah, okay, so let's say this. First of all, many people maybe they don't know first generation, but the first generation was hand by hand for thousands of years. Then you had the second generation with the gunpowder, so the killing increased. You had the third generation with the aerial power, and then we had the world wars, that was a disaster. Aerial power, missiles, etc. Came also the nuclear power. The fourth generation is the recent one, when you have non-state actors, You have guerrilla, you have terrorism, and we are still in these 4 generations. The 5th one will be the automized one. Now, how impact artificial intelligence and in general the technological revolution, not only artificial intelligence, we spoke about hypersonic missiles, we speak about quantum computing, we speak about big data processing. It's impacting in 3 ways the military warfare and so the competition in the future. One is the automation of the capabilities. So you are expert here, you have UVAEs, we have a lot of risk there because, the killer robots, there are some NGOs in the US like Human Rights Watch, etc. They try to ban these killer robots. But as I said, it's better if we get before that technology than the other ones, because the other ones are dictatorship, they go against us, and we don't know if they will be ethical and respect the rule of law as we want to do, because, our international organizations, they have already AI agreements, UN, European Union, NATO, to respect the law of war, meaning proportionality, necessity, etc. But the dictatorship, they cannot guarantee you that. So that's one point. The second impact that they have, the technological revolution on military warfare, the 5th generation, is the data processing. So in that world, we are living already the big brother with the face recognition. In Italy, they just discovered 10 police stations of China. They are checking, Chinese citizens in Italy with the facial recognition, etc., to see what they are doing, what they're not doing. Also, Ukraine, thanks God, is using that facial recognition also because the intelligence is also able to process data, for example, much faster than human beings. The intelligence in the past, you had to listen to a phone call. Now they can, how do you call that in English, select and sift among the communication and select what is the most important. So the process of data also is an advantage. But it can be done also in a bad way. Like, for example, Russia is using now cryptocurrency is a processing data also process in order to monetize the resources that they are blocked because of our sanctions. So this is the second impact, the big data analysis made by AI. With the propaganda machine, with the fake news, etc., trolls. And then the third one is the command and control, because military cannot work without command and control. And command and control now is starting to give more and more to artificial intelligence the power to decide which are the targets, when to strike. So it's becoming from automized weapons to automized battlefield. But that is very risky because you are giving back maybe your free will, as he said about this person that blocked the nuclear attack. If you give everything in the hands of the artificial intelligence, you don't have anymore the decision-making of human beings.
How is that distinction going to be made?
Yeah, that distinction has to be made with, as I said earlier, regulations and also technologically.
What about the global south? I mean, how are they going to sort of face the dangers of what you just talked about?
Well, the global south is all another topic because, the problem is that there is not the same type of development technological that you can have, for example, in the West. Let's speak about Africa. They have a giant youth bulge. So the important thing will be to invest in STEM, to invest in science, technology, and mathematics, but also to invest in education in general to fight this, fake news, because we are actually currently in the post-data and the post-fact and post-truth informational society. And in order to go back to truth, data, and science, you need to do education, to give critical thinking to the people, to give ability to the people to understand what is science. So investment in education, investment in STEM, and obviously integrate in regional organizations, for example, African Union, because regional organizations can help other countries that are a lower level of technological development to grow together. That's why we believe in European Union and we believe also in NATO. NATO, thanks to the technological edge of US, but also Turkey, etc., we can share with all the countries of NATO, the alliance, and some country that is maybe in the backwards in the evolution can go up. So I think international organizations can help a lot in ethical values, rule of law, regulation of this development, but also in helping the countries that are a little bit in the back technologically to go up.
But we've been talking about AI, and I appreciate your comments, but let me ask you something which has been, so the concept has been thrown around. I don't know much about it, and I'm not afraid to admit it. Talk to me about how Web 3.0 is going to change our lives, change the internet? Is it going to democratize it more? Is it going to make it more free?
Well, the short answer is we don't know. And, I think the general concept behind what is called Web 3.0 is to try to make the internet less centralized, or maybe more decentralized, to try to allow us as end users, the opportunity to have more control over our own data, information, and so on. But the thing is, at least to my knowledge, I don't think there is a definition, a clear definition of what Web 3.0 is, or at least there isn't like a widely shared understanding of what it is. But the general concept, again, is that, with technologies like AI or blockchain or others, that the web of the future will be different than the web of today, or Web 2.0. Now, again, like with any technology evolution, there are pros and cons, right? I mean, there are good things that technologies bring, and probably there are some maybe disadvantages or risks. And for ICANN, again, because our mission is to ensure the security stability of the internet. So one of the risks that we see with the current models that are being discussed under the big sort of heading of Web 3.0 is that some of those systems today, they provide alternate identifiers or alternate names, and some of the organizations working in this field today, they sell those names as domain names. They call them blockchain domains, where in fact they're not domains. They're not part of the domain name system of today. They are like a separate system, and the risk there is that if you have multiple systems with multiple addresses or names and so on, those systems will not be able to speak to each other. So we will end up having, more than one system, more than one network, fragmented internet.
Is this kind of like the metaverse thing, that there are multiple metaverses and we don't know if they're kind of linked or there isn't one? And
yeah, from our perspective, so long as those systems work on the one standard and interoperable internet, then we're fine from our perspective, because these are all systems that work on the same internet. But once you're talking about different naming systems and different identifier systems, then the risk of having multiple networks and multiple internets is there.
Glenn, if Bahar was saying that we really don't know what Web 3.0 is going to look like, if we're having difficulty in sort of identifying it, that does also bring in sort of the idea of, so then how do you sort of identify some of the challenges and some of the opportunities then as well?
It's a challenge that we all have to wrestle with. When we talk about Web 3.0 and we talk about the metaverse, very often we're talking about a technology, the use of virtual reality that immerses us in different worlds. And what's so powerful about the metaverse, or so powerful about a technology like virtual reality, is you feel immersed in a place. You can have side conversations with people. I've attended conferences in the metaverse, and when you do, you're sitting next to someone who you can actually have a conversation with. That avatar isn't an AI-generated avatar. It could be, but very often it's another person. And so we're seeing a world in which, through the use of technology, we can go to a refugee camp and provide them with training on how to become a doctor. And the training isn't just watching a flat screen, but it's actually picking up equipment and using what appears to be a body, and this is being done at the greatest universities, and it should be accessible globally so that we can make that technology for good. The challenges in this Web3 and in the metaverse is that question of how do we close the digital divide to make sure that it isn't just the wealthiest countries that get to tap into this technology, but that it's made accessible to everyone. And I know that can happen in the US. They had a collaboration between the New York Times and Google in which they sent out 1 million virtual reality boxes that allowed people who had a smartphone to experience the metaverse, to experience virtual reality. And we need to prioritize that so that Maurizio and others have noted the fact that we need to invest more in making STEM accessible so that the women in the audience could be women on the stage talking to us about what the future of AI and the metaverse and Web 3.0 should be.
Since you mentioned the New York Times, since you mentioned since you mentioned Google, let me ask you. I mean, when you think about sort of the metaverse and what we're talking about, one of the common concepts that regularly keeps on coming up is that of decentralized cryptocurrency, whatever. Do you think that decentralized media is possible in the realm of all this?
Media has become big business.
It has.
And media has incredible resources to bring to bear. I do hope, however, though, that as we look to the future in Web 3.0, that we can have more citizen journalists. And I emphasize journalists because there's a difference between taking a video and uploading it to TikTok or Instagram and actually being a journalist, which brings in standards of professionalism. I do think, though, that as we look to Web 3.0 and we see that digital twins are being created of cities and places, we'll have an ability to visit those cities and places when we talk about news, actually visit where the news is happening.
Let me put you on the spot. Do you think it's a good thing of Elon Musk acquiring Twitter in terms of media and journalism?
No.
Okay.
In a word, no.
In a word. Okay, Maurizio, let me come back to you. It's sort of something of your area of expertise because we need to sort of wind down. I mean, in terms of an organization that you worked for many years, we're talking about NATO. Talk to us about how they are prepared, their readiness level in terms of AI threats, cybersecurity threats. I know that you kept on giving examples of Russia and China. Where do we stand right now?
Well, NATO is already much advanced thanks to the countries, including this one, that is investing in artificial intelligence. We have a strategy for artificial intelligence. We have a committee for artificial intelligence. We have a center of excellence. Now, the point here is to understand how the competition should reinforce our STEM youth, as he said about also women. We have to balance in the society with the investment on the youth. Because the youth now, for example, NATO is opening Diana, Defense Innovation Accelerator over North Atlantic. This means that we need to accelerate. As I said earlier, it's very fast, the technological revolution. And how we do that? Investing in new startups. Now they have, for example, a famous venture capital. It's the first time that the public system, invest with the risky, so with some startups that you don't know if effectively the technology will succeed or not. But at least you give possibility to the creativity of the youth to invent a new, technology, to a new technique or a new system with some risk at, economic level. So this is a good investment.
So we're talking about youth. Investment is needed in there. We talked about global south. Bahad, let me ask you, how do you get sort of multilateral organizations and governments in terms of supporting them?
So just, in the past year, we've been working very closely with African stakeholders from the African Telecommunication Union, from the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, the regional office in Africa, from a number of the internet organizations across Africa, and we initiated what we call Coalition for Digital Africa. We just launched it officially last week in Addis Ababa. And the objective of this coalition is to bring together stakeholders that share the same objective of growing the internet in Africa. Of course, each member or each partner in this coalition comes with their own expertise and contribution and so on. From our part as ICANN, we did, and that is one project that we worked on in the past few months as part of this coalition, we did deploy a significant piece of internet infrastructure in Kenya. We call it, root server cluster. And what this root server basically does, it helps keep the internet traffic in Africa within Africa, instead of having the traffic travel to Europe or somewhere else. So through this coalition and the partners that we're working on, we're going to do a lot of capacity building across youth and African community. We're going to work on increasing the security of the internet infrastructure in Africa. We're going also to explore ways to introduce African languages to the internet. Africa has over 2,000 languages. Of course, many of them are not, like written languages. Many of them do not exist on the internet, but at least for those that do exist on the internet, we're going to try to bring this to the naming system of the internet, so that to allow Africans to have, and to enjoy actually the experience of using the internet fully in their native language.
All right, Glenn, let me ask you the final question. When I was beginning this panel, I talked about Isaac Asimov and what he wrote down about 30, 40 years ago. As a futurist, paint me a picture of what our world, especially the media world, will look like, do you think?
30 years from now, we will be living in the Matrix. 30 years from now, a brain-computer interface won't be something that we talk about, but probably something that we all have, something that allows us to tap into instantly digital information. We already have AI newscasters. In the future, 30 years from now, like today, we'll still be struggling to find voices that we trust. And this is what's so important when we have conversations about technology, is how do we make it people-centric? And how do we find technology that we trust? It will be a fantastic future in which, when we hear about news, we can visit and talk to the people who are the newsmakers. But it will still be that future in which I think we'll still have that important task of finding the voices we trust.
If I can say one last thing.
Yeah, one last thing.
As Reagan said about the Soviet Union, trust but verify. We should do the same with technology. Trust the future, the positive elements of technology, but verify.
Okay. We are at a dawn of a new age, like you said at the beginning of your speech. We are at a renaissance. Most people don't know where we're going. Some people do. But what we do know is that we need to get the youth involved. It needs to be inclusive. There needs to be an element of inclusiveness, centricness, and trust. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking our esteemed panelists, Maurizio Gheri, Bahar Esmat, and Glenn Gilmore. Thank you very much. I do enjoy talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the moderation.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We'll get a picture up on stage, and we're going to take another short coffee break after that. My colleague from TRT World, Charlotte Hayes, will be talking about disarming disinformation. Let's get a picture.
Thank you again.
Thank you. I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Just maybe more in the middle here.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much. Disarming disinformation by Charlotte Hayes begins in 10 minutes. Thank you.
So hello everyone, I'm Charlotte Bates. I'm a sports presenter at TRT World, a host of Beyond the Game Scoreline and of course the News Hours. So today on this session we'll be discussing disarming disinformation, defending the truth in a digital age. Undoubtedly one of the biggest challenges facing the modern world is the spread of disinformation. More than ever, we're seeing deception, propaganda, and fake news used as a weapon that's not only threatening democracy, but our basic human rights. As COVID-19, Trump election, and of course, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has shown us, media spaces are now being used as targets of political warfare. In this panel, we're going to delve into how information manipulation is on the rise, the emerging techniques of deception, and the battle countries, news organizations, and of course, the individual faces every day in disarming disinformation while also preserving media integrity. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce my wonderful panel. And we'll start with Michael Isikoff, who's sitting right next to me. He's Chief Investigative Correspondent of Yahoo News. He's been in the media industry for nearly 30 years. So he's been a correspondent for NBC, staff writer for Newsweek and The Washington Post. So great to have you, Michael. Welcome, Dominika Czosic, political journalist at Brussels TVP. She's an expert in European policy, defense and security issues, a woman of all trades. She's also written plenty of books herself, most recently Balkan Express. And of course, we can't forget our very own Yusuf Özhan, Deputy Director General and Editor-in-Chief of Anadolu Agency. Before that, he spent many years in various roles at TRT World, but unfortunately, we've never actually met, so at least we get to do it on the big stage. So absolutely fantastic, great to have you as well. And finally, we have Anthony Gooch, Director of Public Affairs and Communications at the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Before that, he worked for the EU Commission in various roles over a period of 13 years. And Anthony, I was most excited to have you on the panel, mainly because on his Twitter profile, it's himself and the great Pele. And as Brazil is playing tonight, we'll get this panel started so we can all go home and watch that match. So Michael, I'm going to start with you. Of course, you're the co-writer of New York Times bestseller, Russian Roulette, the inside story of Putin's war on America and the election of Donald Trump. So in your professional opinion, to what extent does disinformation really pose a threat to democracies around the world?
Well, thank you, Charlotte, and it's great to be here. It is a serious, major, and ongoing threat. And we're not... Oh, there. How's this?
Yes.
Okay. I was saying it is a serious and ongoing threat. And I'll give you a little perspective from my own vantage point of when I first realized how serious a matter this was. Go back to 2016. We had the presidential election, and of course that's when, as events unfolded that year, we learned more and more about what the Russians were doing to try to influence our election. There was the hacking of Democratic Party emails, the dumping of them through WikiLeaks on the eve of the Democratic Convention, blows up the Democratic Convention, huge embarrassment for many in the party. The party chairwoman has to resign over it. But the snapshot I want to give you is from October of that year. Because on one day, October 7th, we learned the Obama administration confirmed for the first time that this was indeed the Russians who were interfering in our election. It was they who had hacked the emails. It was they who had provided them to Twitter. And it was a huge story, but it was overtaken by a bigger story that was released, that came out just an hour or so after the White House put out that statement, and that was the famous Access Hollywood tape in which Donald Trump is caught saying all sorts of raunchy things about what he wants to do to women if he had the opportunity to do so. In fact, how he talks about how he takes the opportunity to do so. And at that point, it looked like the election was effectively over, that there was no way Trump could recover from this. There were leading Republicans who were suggesting that his conduct on that tape was appalling. There were some calling on him to resign. And the very 2 days later, I flew to St. Louis for one of the debates between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump, assuming that they were going to go through the motions, but the election was no longer in doubt. And on the cab ride from the airport in St. Louis to Washington University, where the debate was taking place, I'm talking to the cab driver, and it's a woman who she says, "Why are you here?" "I'm here for the debate." And she starts going on about Hillary Clinton and how she was responsible for multiple murders of her critics. And I listened and said, what are you referring to? And she started going down a list of supposed Clinton critics who had been murdered by the Clintons. And I pressed her, "Where are you getting all this? Where did you hear this?" She says, "Well, my husband told me." And I said, "Where did your husband hear this?" "Oh, it's on the internet. It's all over on Facebook. We saw the whole thing." And, that was the first, it hit me, oh my God, something is going on here that we in the mainstream media have not really picked up on. And because there's a whole group of people, voters out there, that are hearing stuff that is just demonstrably not true, that by any journalistic standard, you wouldn't publish that.
So, Michael, you're saying that the general media haven't picked up on it. Dominica?
At that point. But that's when it hit home for me, and I realized, and I guess I realized it far more just about a month or so later when Donald Trump won the election, that this was a really big deal that we hadn't paid a lot of attention to, and we needed to.
And so leading on from that, Michael said we hadn't paid enough attention to it. How has that changed? And effective use of digital media in information wars is more important than ever. Dominica, what are your thoughts, and how can we achieve that?
Hello, merhaba. Many thanks for the invitation. I fully agree with what Michael told about this mechanism, because I observed this also in Poland. And let me give an example from the beginning of the war, of the aggression against Russia against Ukraine. It is this mechanism of rumors, what people used to say, and then other people repeat, and it is like massive fake news. In the first days of the Russian aggression against Ukraine in Poland, it was rumor that it will be not possible to take cash from the banks. And even my mother, who lives in Poland, in Krakow, I live in Brussels, she called me, and she's a very reasonable person, and she called me and she told, maybe I should take some cash, some money from bank, because it will be not allowed, it will be not possible, and we'll lose some, even small, but even money. And I told her, no, don't believe this. Who told you this? One of my colleagues, and who told her, and it was exactly the same mechanism. And of course, and I told to my mother, don't trust this. It is typical Russian manipulation again, to destabilize internal situation in Poland, because Poland is one of the biggest advocates of Ukraine. And second example was exactly 1 day later, when people started to buy petrol and the petrol station, because they heard from someone that it will be not possible to buy petrol at the petrol station. And those two examples show how it is working, and what was the goal, of course, to destabilize country. Because when you will destabilize banking system, and when you will destabilize petrol station, you will be not able to buy petrol, it will block a country. And why? Because it was political reason, political target. Russia wanted to destabilize situation in Poland. But also it was Last year, exactly in November, it started. Maybe you heard about this situation on the border between Poland and Belarus. That it was massive wave of migrants who wanted to enter to Poland from the Belarusian side. And it was many information in foreign media, even in Polish media, that Polish policemen, Polish soldiers are so brutal that it is against human rights, that they are beating innocent people, that Poland is building a fence on the border. But the fact was that it was long time prepared by Russia to also it was already one of the first steps for the Russian invasion against Ukraine to destabilize neighborhood, Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. And how they did this? With the help, of course, of Lukashenko regime, who is like a junior partner for Russia and for Putin. So they encourage people from Middle East, from Africa, people who wanted just to enter to Europe. They were innocent, they were victims in this situation, but they encouraged them, they even paid them, and they lied them. And go to Poland because, go to Belarus because the border between Poland and Belarus is open, and when you, in Poland you will be welcome, and they will transfer you immediately to Germany, and then you will be in paradise. And many people believe in this, and it was, of course, Russian manipulation, Russian action to destabilize the situation in Poland. But in the European Parliament, it was, again, a big debate that in Poland there is no democracy, there is no rule of law, because Poland is building some fence on the border between Poland and Belarus. We had to protect our border because it is not only our Polish border, but it is external border of NATO and of the European Union. And we knew that those people who wanted to come, sometimes very aggressive to Poland, they were also sometimes pushing, physically pushing by Belarusian soldiers. It was like checking of this, Russia wanted to check how stable, how strong is border between Poland and Belarus, so how strong is external border of the NATO and European Union. And that's why Poland had to protect this border. The same did Lithuania, and now Finland is building fence on the border between Finland and Belarus and Russia. So it was example how of the mechanism, and later on fake news, because some other media, without verifying, without checking, were repeating the same story. And Russia achieved goal, because first it was created bad atmosphere around some country, Poland, and later on Ukraine as well, because they told that Ukraine is involved in this process as well. And of course, they destabilize situation. So it is a very simple example. And you know, Goebbels, who was one of the most significant, of course, one of the most devil German politician, one of minister of propaganda in Hitler regime, Nazi, he used to say that if you will repeat lie 100 times, it will become true. And it is this mechanism, how it is working like. If you repeat something many, many times, people start to believe that it is true. And now, because of the social media, it is much more easy, because when you put something on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc., when there is massive audience, it is distributed immediately.
That's a really interesting quote, Dominika. The more you repeat it, the more you believe it. And I think we've talked about the power that information warfare really has, but what are we actually fighting? You trade in information at your company, Anthony. How do you feel that threat from an organization standpoint?
Well, green for go. Just listening to you recount, 2016 I think was probably the wake-up call for us. So I work for the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Turkey's been a founding member, and it's an organization that is very well known for providing trustworthy data and information. So it's the sort of place that you go, and I think many journalists go to, in order to know what's what. For us, if you like, the onset of a modern phenomenon which has always existed in human history, let's be honest, post-truth, mis and disinformation is part of being human. The differences are that this has now gone turbo in a digitalized world. It spreads quicker than it's ever spread before, and to more people than it's ever spread before. So the consequences can be far, far graver. What we do, essentially, is provide evidence bases in order to develop the best standards of public policy that we can develop across the piece of policies. Education, health, economics, environment, climate, you name it, we're involved in it. And so you can imagine that when you have a situation like this arising where actually it becomes almost unfashionable to seek the views of experts, or indeed to seek fact-based elements. And I'm not going to go into the reasons for that. There may be some reasons that some people would argue we had it coming, so to speak, notably because of the financial crisis in 2008. For us, this becomes a very problematic phenomenon. Now, it's a phenomenon that we see play out, I think, individually. All of us have to recognize our own behavior. We have a proclivity as human beings to like to be together with people who are a bit like us, who think similarly to us, not to be contradicting each other all the time and arguing all the time. That's often uncomfortable. That doesn't necessarily mean that everybody in this room is like that, but it's a little bit of a human tendency. And now, on social media, again, it gets magnified and amplified, and you end up being in this sort of little world that you think is a world that everybody else inhabits, and it's your one. We also have to face up to the fact that there's a phenomenon that has emerged recently called news avoidance. And with Charlotte, we were commenting on this. News avoidance. People getting turned off news, essentially either because it's too complicated or it's too negative. And this is happening everywhere from Britain to Brazil. And it's doubled in the last 5 years, according to the Reuters Institute. We're talking at levels of 50% now. So we're in a situation which is a very challenging and difficult one. In that situation, what do we do? Because I think we're not fighters on the front line against disinformation. We're the people, in a sense, who people are fighting for, because we're producing the stuff, theoretically, that should be protected, that should be trustworthy, that should be objective, etc. The thing that we needed to do, I think with the onset of this situation back in 2016, when we were hit directly by it, notably in the context of the Brexit debate in the United Kingdom, when we produced economic analysis on the consequences of that prospective decision, was to actually say, to what extent is what we are doing accessible, relevant, appealing, in the way that other things that we're competing in a sense against are. And we can't compete against the fact that human nature prefers the salacious, the scandalous, and the controversial. So 6 times more stuff is circulated on social media that conforms to that, to stuff that is dry and boring. The thing is that what you do shouldn't be dry and boring. Don't make it dry and boring. I'll give you a couple of examples of what we did to try, if you like, and make our information be able to occupy a better space. First one, this actually was prior to 2016. It was an effort to put well-being at the center of policymaking. So well-being and quality of life being the thing that most of us care about, rather than an increase or a decrease in GDP, which unless you are very, very rich, you don't really notice it very much. It may trickle down. So we developed something called the Better Life Index, where you can go online and measure the performance of your elements of quality of life and well-being. Things that include stuff like your health, environment, education, sense of community, etc. But what we did was actually make it something that was really appealing and accessible. It was online. It's very colorful. If you go online, and I invite you to do so and visit it, it's something that makes you want to go there. It's actually designed around flowers. So like, your bees get attracted to it. And a critical thing that we did was actually ask you what you consider to be most important individually in your life in terms of well-being. So that's, if you like, an example of going beyond producing learned books of 500 pages that might be, and then when you get into the annexes, then it gets really scary. It's the sort of thing that people might not be immediately attracted towards. The second example I'd give you is one that happened with COVID. So we had frontline health workers, the people that we all owe an enormous debt to. But there was a lot of desire for information. And so we decided to try and fill the breach there in terms of frontline information provision for people who wanted to know, okay, hang on health policy, hospital beds, what's going on, what's happening in what countries, what is needed. And we took this everywhere into areas like tourism. A lot of people didn't know how important tourism was to all of our economies. And we started producing readily and easily accessible information, analysis and data done in a very bite-sized way so that you didn't have to have a PhD to be able to read it. You know, anyone could go in there and grab it. And what happened? Google put us right to the top of their search engine. We didn't pay any money. We don't have any money to pay for that stuff. But it was an example of, if you do things a certain way, then you can earn your right maybe to be a very attractive proposition, but you certainly can't rest on your laurels.
Well, I want to just cut you in quite quickly. I want to go back to your point about news avoidance, which I find extremely interesting. Yusuf, in terms of Turkey and how the country deals with fake news, from your media standpoint, is a threat to the country as a whole. How has the global consumption of news changed in terms of the digital climate that we have at the moment? President Erdogan recently said that disinformation is one of the biggest challenges of the current period. How can the country tackle this issue?
Thank you. So, as the editor-in-chief of Anadolu, I need to just put that out very loud. Our institution, our organization has been set up 2 years before the establishment of the Republic of Turkey, during the days of the War of Independence. And the very intrinsic values of Anadolu has that saying, confronting disinformation. Disinformation that was being passed around by the news agencies active at that time. So every Anadolu reporter has that very mission in the back of their minds. So right now, from where we stand, just as I outlined, in the digital era, the global consumption of news is being, of course, just as how our colleagues and the professionals have just outlined during their takes, is being interrupted very in a very non-stop way. So we are active in more than 100 countries. That puts a lot of responsibilities over our shoulders as well. As a news agency, which was set up as a traditional news organization, we are just enjoying our abilities of being on the ground with a lot of reporters. We've got 1,800 reporters. That gives us the upper hand as far as traditional newsmaking concerned. However, what we are speaking of is just an asymmetrical threat, which is actually making our stories, rendering our stories useless before even we publish them, because it's so fast that you cannot actually give a shape to the story. It's just going to be a completely, theoretically speaking, it's going to be a completely different world at the time when you will be publishing your story. So that's the challenge. That is what we are. That is the very reason why, after 102 years, decided to change the way how we look at the stories. So we are if you had decided to stay as a traditional news agency, you would just continue serving your customers, because you are doing a B2B business. Your customers are newspapers, television channels. However, we do not do that. We didn't do that. We decided to go also take the step further and be an outlet, to a certain extent, be an outlet for the public to reach at information. And we are taking pride in the very mission of actually passing along that information to the public as a whole, not only the Turkish-speaking countries, but in 13 different languages. So we are taking advantage of our traditional abilities. However, we took another step and decided to set up a verification desk. This is similar to what some other news agencies have also recently set up in their organizations. To be honest, a news agency shouldn't be bothering himself with verifying stories, but this is the world in which we are living. We have to catch up the speed of the world, public, without, if you had to wait for your story to be established with a certain degree of accuracy and reliability, you would be spending your hours on the desk trying to untangle a web of story which is not going to be taking you anywhere, maybe for the next 7 years, for the next 7 days, 10 days, because you are lacking integral parts of that story. But in the meantime, a network of decentralized discussion platforms are going to be shaping the narrative, and you would be simply not making a significant difference in people's imagination, which is actually putting our existence at risk too. So as a news agency, the verification desk is a team which was segregated from the main backbone of the organization. Their simple job is to consume as much fake news as possible. In order to understand what you are up against, you have to know what you're dealing with. The traditional news journal and news agency journalists are beasts. They're grinding the news agenda. They're doing this great because they're shaping your next day's imagination. Newspapers are your customers. They're going to be looking at your news agenda as well as other news agencies' news agenda. And they're going to be pulling out a stream. They're going to be pulling the headlines as well as their own very valuable journalists' input into that page, A1 cover page of their newspaper. But what I'm saying is still news agencies are providing 60% of the input of the broadcast journalism or print journalism. So whatever you are providing is still very valuable, but we have to be quick. We have to be quicker than those who are actually not making any attempt or as much attempt as we do to prove their stories. So our verification team is responsible for consuming fake news stories first, which is a very valuable pool of stories anyway, by the way, because not all these stories, unverified stories, are fake. Yep. Some of them are also story pitches, which is helping you make yourself relevant with the public, which is moving at 200 miles per hour, whereas you are just moving like a turtle on that ground.
Well, you're talking about the unchanging environment of news agencies, but I mean, at the end of the day, disinformation is not a new thing. It's been around and part of society for a very long time, decades even. So why have we seen a sharp increase in the last decade? Why now, Michael?
Social media. It's as simple as that. I mean, yeah, the example I started with, the Hillary Clinton murders people, that was not a new theme for fringe far-right figures. During the 1990s, when Bill Clinton was president, I heard this quite a bit. The difference was it was on obscure fringe newsletters or bulletin boards. This is well before the advent of the social media giants, Facebook and YouTube and Twitter. But once that came in, this kind of sort of garbage information was circulating far more rapidly, reaching far more people than it had before. And that was really the break point in which this became a plague that all of us had to deal with. But all that said, this is a vexing issue. Charlotte, you used the phrase fake news. We were just talking about fake news. But look, one person's fake news is another person's legitimate news. When Donald Trump was president, every story he didn't like, he would call it fake news. And the phrase caught on, so much so that in February of 2017, I had an opportunity to go to Damascus and interview Assad, and I confronted him with evidence of the atrocities of his regime, torturing dissidents, burying their bodies. There were photographs of emaciated bodies that had been smuggled out of Syria, and I actually gave it to him and said, please explain this. How do you justify what your regime is doing? And what did he say? It's fake news. Fake news. He was adopting the language of Donald Trump, which he had been using to criticize the press. That was an eye-opening moment for me, too, to see how this kind of phrase uses. And so, you know, this is not an easy question. Right now, I don't know how many of you have been following what's going on with Elon Musk and Twitter right now, but he's been releasing all sorts of internal emails and documents to sympathetic journalists who are writing about how Twitter was suppressing stories from conservatives. And of course, the prime example that's become a kind of a flashpoint in US politics of late is the Hunter Biden laptop story. New York Post, in the closing weeks of the 2020 presidential election, publishes a story about the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop. There are all sorts of questions about how this laptop, you know, emerged, how it got into the hands of Rudy Giuliani, who gives it to the New York Post to begin with. But Twitter restricts access to it. Takes the New York Post's Twitter handle down for a couple of weeks, restricts access to the information, and you know, the claim was, you know, the Biden campaign was pushing the idea that this was all Russian disinformation. In fact, they got 50 former US intelligence officials, all of whom were pretty much in the Biden camp, to write a letter saying this has all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation and you, mainstream media, should drop it. So, what should one take away from all this? Look, there were legitimate questions about the Hunter Biden laptop. On the other hand, there was no evidence it was Russian disinformation. The claims that the contents of the laptop were faked have proven not to be the case. And, you know, the New York Times, the Washington Post, in subsequent reporting 2 years later, has pretty much verified that the emails, many of the emails, the provocative emails, were in fact real emails. So now there's a consensus that Twitter did the wrong thing when it took down the stories about the Hunter Biden laptop in the last few weeks of the campaign. How significant were they? Would they have changed the result of the election? Look, it's the president, it was the candidate's son, not the candidate himself. There are all sorts of questions about whether it implicated anything about Joe Biden or not. But as a press guy, as a longtime believer in freedom of the press, I don't like what is being called content moderation these days. That's another phrase for censorship. So while I think disinformation is, as I said, a plague that we have to confront, the idea of a government or a huge social media company deciding what I can or cannot read is also offensive to me.
So how do you counteract that idea on social media? As Michael just said, a platform where freedom of speech is at the center. How do you balance that, Dominika?
It is one of the crucial questions for all of us, how to balance this. Balance from the one side freedom of expression, and from the other side reality and freedom to the right to be fair. Right to defend truth. It's, of course, sometimes it's very difficult to judge what is fake news, what is true, because especially when we are also not only journalists, but we are also audience part, and we don't know exactly situation in central countries. We are following other journalists, other media, and as we don't know real situation, it's very difficult for us to judge what is fake news, what is reality. But from the other side, when you know that something is a really lie, even not fake news, but just ordinary lie, it's very difficult to fight with this, because it's very easy to blame someone or some country to make dark black on the white paper, and in contrary, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to say that someone who was accused about something is really innocent. It is always like when there is some article, some reportage with accusing someone, and later on it is verified that it was not true, and there is another article, another reportage defending this person and explaining the situation. No one take care about this, because it's very people take attention first, and then if there is verification that we are sorry, but we are accusing someone who was innocent, no one is reading this. Almost no one. Maybe only this person who was the protagonist of this. But you ask why now there are so many fake news, and why it happens so massive now. I think that because of the time. Now we live in the time of turbulence, time of change, global change. We faced COVID pandemic. We now facing war in Ukraine. And it is sort of transition time when there is new world order. Sorry for this expression, but that's true. And when there is big change, there is a big chaos as well. And many sources, many countries, but not only countries, are using this situation to benefit and to destabilize the situation. That's why now we are facing even more fake news than before. And of course, it wouldn't be possible without social media, because with traditional media, it was much smaller size. With social media, it is on massive and huge scale.
So Dominika, in order to adapt to these changes, as you just mentioned, what needs to happen, Yusuf, to advance? Do the government need to get more involved and have more regulations and laws than they already have? And are the ones that are already in place effective?
I mean, the entire media, not only news agencies, but also broadcast journalism and print journalism, has to evolve in certain direction. That's true. But before that, we have to decide that evolution is either going to be in line with the people's expectations or against their expectations. So, for example, as Mr. Isikov mentioned about the Hunter Biden story, the public was actually attacking the technology companies at the time for restricting the link of the story, which was actually making it impossible for anyone to share the story, as well as the elite newspapers of the US and some of the television networks, because they have purposefully decided to abandon the story altogether, not even mentioning about it, and then just posting some articles about why they actually ignored the story. And there were some lines, because it was just about 2 weeks before the elections, and it was going to be a part of the Russian disinformation campaign, which could have ended up in swaying the public opinion in the direction of one of the candidates. So actually the public was during the days when Hunter Biden emails were being discussed in the US, the public was expecting the whole media to evolve itself, adapt itself in their own version of their worldview. So in my opinion, news agencies or the entire media need to evolve itself. That's true, we have to adapt. We cannot be as quick or as fast as the public chatter around. That's true, because we've got our own journalism standards. And that standards implementing that standards into your article is a costly business. It takes time. It's a complex thing, and not all the stories can be written with just 2 lines there. So you have to be evolving, but you have to build the trust with the audience as well. That needs to be you have to put a lot of emphasis on actually building the trust of the public too. Because if we do not attempt to garner their support from the public again, someone else is going to be doing just that.
You say we've got
not going to be helping the media organizations around the world to produce stories that change people's lives in the right direction. So news organizations cannot easily abandon the fact that public also shapes the structure of the news organizations itself because of the, I mean, look at the last 10 or 20 years. Many of the news organizations have laid off thousands of people. And these people practically moved either to PR business or just quit the entire industry altogether. Because of the fact that the financial structure of the news organizations have gone down, people weren't paying for our service.
You say you've got to build that trust with the general public, the citizen. How do we actually do that, Anthony? Do we need more rights to protect the reader, the viewer?
Look, I'm going to come to that, but one of the things I wanted maybe to address, if we're going to project forward, I think one of the things that we may need to do, it's not easy right now, and I agree very much with what Domenica's said and Michael, there's acceleration, amplification, and it's a very, very difficult moment right now. To deal with any problem, you have to unpack it, and I think one of the things that we need to focus on is distinguishing and defining. We tend to package together a lot of different concepts. Misinformation is different to disinformation. Propaganda is different. Satire, and this is a very important element. Many of our societies, we love humor. And we know that humor involves exaggeration, we know it involves saying things that aren't quite true, but we all smile when that happens, and that's all okay. And I think that we have to be a little bit careful when we look at these questions to actually define what it is that we mean in order to be able to address it in a particular way. And I think there, the important thing is to identify what, say, the information spreader's intent to cause harm is. What is the intent that there is there? And also, what is the degree of fabrication that is involved? Now, this stuff may sound a little bit, how can I put it, intellectual, but I think you've got to break things down from this perspective. Now, the second element also is preventive. Now, we've talked about pandemics. There's also an infodemic. The WHO talked about an infodemic around the pandemic, particularly around the issue of vaccinations. Now, we know that that issue was there beforehand. Many countries in the OECD, many rich countries, developed countries, people weren't getting vaccinated. Their kids weren't getting vaccinated because a lot of stories were going around regarding the impact of vaccines. And so this was already present. A very important element in all of this is, if you like, the equivalent of vaccination in a pandemic is education. There's a hell of a lot to do in that domain. Now, the OECD is very well known for its standard-setting work on education, but it's also worrying for us because in our latest PISA assessment of standards in secondary education, we've realized that only 50% of kids within the 40 OECD countries are able to distinguish between subjective news elements and objective news elements. So there's a huge amount to do in terms of teaching critical thinking, teaching to be able to exercise your judgment and the bases upon which to do that. Okay, so let's say you've defined, and let's say you've educated. Is that enough? On a personal level, I would say that I was really struck by reading The Origin of Consumer Rights, which is actually quite recent. I think it's the 1970s or the late 60s, JFK speech. And for fun, I just replaced the word consumer with voter rights. And thinking, wow, this reads really well. What if you were to think about, very carefully you'd have to think about it, but surely in very important moments in our democracies like elections or referenda, in the same way that we all have recourse as consumers if a product or a service is misrepresented or if it's lied about, and that can result in civil and criminal proceedings against companies, if it is proven that that is taking place in very important moments for our societies, as are elections or referenda, that there be recourse for voters or for citizens in those situations. So some element of lack of impunity, because right now, otherwise, I get what Michael said, freedom of speech. The problem is it's used as freedom to lie too often. And that's an issue of balance as well that we need to grapple with.
I think that's a really interesting point, freedom. Sorry, do you want to quickly, we're just about to wrap up, but one last word from you, Michael.
A couple of points on that. Yes, freedom of speech means freedom to say things that you don't like, that you don't agree with, that you think is fake news. That's just the nature of what freedom of speech is. As I understand it, the problem for why this has become so egregious with social media is that these social media companies are protected. In the US law, we have something called Section 230, which basically gives them protection from anything they publish, that they are not publishers who could be sued for defamation the way, my news organization can, yours, others can. They are merely, platforms for others to engage in speech. So I'll give you, what I thought was a particularly egregious example of this. Again, I hate to keep bringing up Donald Trump, but he went on a tear a few years ago as president, where he didn't like what a media commentator, Joe Scarborough, was saying about him. He was being quite critical, and Trump starts tweeting about how Joe Scarborough had murdered a woman staffer of his 20 years earlier, suggesting he had an affair with her. It was about to become public, and Joe Scarborough had her murdered, assassinated. There was absolutely nothing to back any of this up, right? I mean, the staffer had died of natural causes. There was no suspicion of foul play. Joe Scarborough was nowhere near her. She was in Florida. He was in Washington at the time of her death. There was just nothing to back it all up. And I talked to Scarborough about it. And he said, look, I can't do anything about this because I can't sue him because of Section 230 under the Communications Act in the United States. So I think that's the direction I would like things to go. I very much recoil, at the suggestion, do we need more government regulation? No, we do not. Governments have historically been the suppressors of free speech, the suppressors of truth in order to sustain their own regimes. So keep the government out of it, but we can change the laws that do give consumers more recourse to challenge what is being circulated.
Well, it's certainly a challenge going forward and how we deal with the fake news. Thank you. That's all we have time for. But as Ali Jan said in the previous session, this is the dawn of a new age. And thank you so much for listening. Guests, we've had an amazing, great session, and see you next year. Sorry. So just one quick announcement. We're going to skip the break and we're going to head straight through to the next session. So if you'd like to stay, please don't get a cup of tea.
2. This is the level I'll be speaking. Yep, you're right next to me. You're next. Yes, you're right there. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for spending your Friday afternoon with us here at the TRT World Forum. I'm Rachel Rubel. I'm a presenter for TRT World and the host for this session discussing the energy crisis and climate change, time to turn crisis into opportunity. We know that climate change and the need to shift to more secure and sustainable energy systems have been at the forefront of policymakers' minds for decades. But the reality of this transition has not been a smooth one. 1 year ago at COP26 at Glasgow, participants once again highlighted that effective climate action requires an entirely new level of global cooperation and renewed commitment to net zero emissions. But then, only a few months later, Russia, by far the world's largest exporter of fossil fuels, invaded Ukraine, and energy security concerns began to overshadow decarbonization efforts. As a new scramble for fossil fuel begins, polarization appears to be deepening, and any truly effective global decarbonization efforts will be more dependent on international cooperation than ever. Over the next 40 to 50 minutes or so, we will discuss the importance of climate mitigation commitments and the challenges of coordinated action to achieve net zero emissions targets. Well, joining me to discuss this, Brenda Schaefer, research faculty member, Energy Academic Group, U.S. Naval Postgraduate School. Zaur Garamanov, Chief Executive Officer, SOCAR Turkey. And Kareem Elgendi, Associate Fellow, Environment and Society Program at Chatham House. Thank you so much for joining us today. Brenda, I'll start with you. You're sitting right next to me. The European Union has prepared the Repower EU plan to reduce dependence on Russian energy. Accelerating the renewable energy transformation is among the targets. Of course, that's encouraging news. But what are the main challenges that the EU may face in the transition to renewables?
First thing, I think we have to, if Europe can have any chance of solving its energy security problems, we have to remember that its energy security challenges did not begin with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In fact, for 2 winters in a row, they've had very high prices and shortages of gas. And if you studied what happened in those 2 winters, you realize when Europe doesn't have enough gas, it doesn't use more renewables, it actually uses more coal and fuel oil. So, which of course is bad for air pollution and also bad in terms of the numbers of emissions. So if you're very radical on natural gas and you don't provide for enough natural gas in Europe, you don't end up with more renewables, you end up with more coal. And we have to understand that this didn't start with Russia, with the invasion, but this was also an intended policy of the EU, which was to not commission more gas into Europe in order to make more room for renewables, which in the end created this more room for coal. So I think we need to ask ourselves, when did Europe, the United States, most Western governments get so negative on natural gas? Because it has almost zero impact on air pollution and has much lower emissions than any other competing fuels. And just like even the fact that energy security is such a, it affects everything, the economy, national security, manufacturing sectors. We can't even have a panel here on energy security without it really being a panel about climate. But you don't do the same if you have a panel on food security. You don't say, wait, well, what about the climate aspect? Or a panel on transportation. You say, well, what about the climate aspect, right? Why is energy, why has natural gas been so targeted? Why is energy such a, energy security so inconsequential that, that we would really think about suppressing demand for natural gas?
Zaur, in the World Energy Outlook 2020 report published by the International Energy Agency, the Russia-Ukraine war and the effects of this war on energy prices and access to energy resources are among the issues that draw attention. If this war continues to drag on for months, possibly even years, what awaits us in the future of the energy market?
It's a very good question, actually. So we see it's from two perspectives. Yeah, one and the most important is that we should continue to monitor the market. That's for sure. We know that what Brenda has said and what we are building. I'm building on that. The clean energy investment budgets has skyrocketed this year for $140 billion already. But again, from the report that you have just mentioned of the International Energy Agency, we see that it's not enough. We see that if we want to keep on with 2050 net zero emission target, the planned investment of $1.5 trillion is not enough. We are talking about maybe $3-4 trillion, which are still needed to have this move. So having that without keeping the existing growth is not possible as well. So what the world needs to do is to have the balanced approach, of course, because during the pandemic years and the pre-pandemic years, there was a significant underinvestment in the existing assets. For minimum for $1 trillion, that's what the people are talking about. So first of all, we need to divide everything into the mid, short, and long-term targets. We need to make sure that on short term we have enough resources to run our economies. And in mid-term, we need to make sure that we can make this transition. And the long term, we need to do this transition because I think what's written about the climate, what's written about the targets, what's written about the trying to keep by 2035 the world within this famous 1.5 degree up is not working. So we need really to have a segregated approach, stepped approach, and we need to allocate the financial resources to make sure that this is happening.
Mm-hmm. Karim, do you see the problems that we're seeing now related to energy insecurity as a promising opportunity for the transition to renewable energy sources? And these short, mid, and long-term steps that Zohar talked about, what can be done to capitalize on this opportunity?
So in the short term, it's quite tight. It was already tight to start with, as Brenda has pointed out. The investment being less and less, especially in the EU. Just so everyone understands, in order to meet our climate goals of limiting climate change or global warming to 1.5 degrees, as we need to do, to avoid dangerous climate change. We already have climate change, but dangerous climate change. Europe has committed in an international treaty known as the Paris Agreement to limiting its emissions in half by 55% by the end of this decade and to reach net zero carbon by 2050. So this is a legal obligation that the EU has to meet. Now, the EU finds itself a little bit in a tight spot. It has already reduced its dependence on gas, I think as Brenda has pointed out, and tried to limit the investments into what a lot of climate folk call carbon bombs. Once you invest in a new gas facility in the extraction side or on the LNG side, you kind of need to get your money back in 20, 25 years. So many avoid doing that for the fear that this might be a stranded asset on the investor side, but also on the policy side, there's a tendency to discourage this kind of behavior, especially in Europe. So what happened with the Ukraine war is this just exacerbated the situation significantly further, and now we have the energy landscape that we ended up with. In the short term, this is certainly a problem. I mean, we potentially won't have enough energy for our needs this winter in Europe. Obviously, this is not the same problem elsewhere around the world, but certainly a Europe-centric issue. It has ramifications around the world, but it's primarily a European crisis. But in the long term, what we had seen is the EU double down on its climate targets. Says, well, our goal for 45% renewables, let's make that 45%. And our goal for phasing down Natural gas, we're definitely doing that. 30% less by end of this decade and 80% by mid-century. In other words, and Europe's already 25% down already year on year in terms of natural gas consumption. So basically, since the Ukraine war, natural gas production has gone down, obviously with economic consequences, needless to say. So the question here is, how can Europe manage the need for energy today, for which there's very little spare capacity? There's no gas lying around. Europe, North America, the Gulf producers have provided everything they can short of major investments. But the East Med, a region like the East Med has really struggled because that requires major investment and no one's willing to give them money to do that because of the fear of having stranded assets in terms of pipeline or LNG facilities, etc. So that need to get gas today to Europe, but not tomorrow, is a real conundrum because everyone wants to invest in something that they'll get their money back in 25 years. 25 years is 2050-ish, at which point Europe is saying 80% less gas. So you've got a consumer here who says, we don't want that gas. Don't build a facility. We won't buy it in 25 years, but we want gas today. And desperately, we want gas today. It's a real conundrum, I think for the producers. Some would say it's a mixed policy signal, but on the climate front, if we can get past a few difficult winters, that could stimulate faster energy transition to renewables. This short period is going to be really tight. It's going to be really difficult. It will have economic ramifications on the European economy and might lead to some businesses. We've already seen since the IRA what's the formal name for the IRA?
You don't remember it because it's called Inflation Reduction Act, but since it's $780 billion, it's actually Inflation Creation Act. But
it's the creative name, I think, is what I was missing. So the Inflation Reduction Act, I think, is also another trigger for a lot of renewable energy investment and other investments moving to North America from Europe. But if we get past that, that means Europe will accelerate its move towards renewable energy, accelerate its move away from coal and natural gas into renewables. That's the ideal scenario. So short-term pain, perhaps long-term gain.
Do you think the world can reach a global consensus on turning crises into opportunity, or is it even necessary for there to be a global consensus on the issue of energy?
We're not very good at this, are we? Turning crises into opportunities. You could argue that Europe is trying to do that by doubling down and saying we're definitely not giving up on our climate goals. I think Turkey does that sometimes when it tries to get around its lack of natural fossil fuels in its own territory. It normally refers to that as energy independence rather than climate, but it ultimately means that Turkey now consumes 50% of its electricity from renewable energy sources, which has done quite quietly. It didn't make too much noise about that, perhaps because of the rhetoric it uses, tends to focus on independence rather than carbon emissions. So it can sometimes happen, but can the world reach a consensus on this? I very much doubt that. I don't think we've reached consensus on much simpler issues.
Brenda, the war in Ukraine has proved how challenging the weaponization of energy can be as a response to a large-scale Western sanctions imposed on Russia. Although European countries are trying to deprive Russia of its energy exports, China has proven itself to be a lifeline for Russia. What are the effects that you see on the energy crisis of the expanded Sino-Russia energy cooperation?
Right. So first thing, in light of the war, we have to be thinking that energy infrastructure, critical energy infrastructure, is going to be targeted for disruption much more in the future. I mean, that we already see this the last decade with a lot of cyber attacks, but I think with the attack on Nord Stream 2, with the attack on Ukraine's electricity infrastructure, I think the normalization of attacks on energy infrastructure is going to be a lot bigger. We could say, in general, the West's energy policies really benefit China. So if we could say that, for instance, the sanctions policies, and this doesn't mean I'm against the sanctions, but you have to look at the consequences. The sanctions policies mean that China buys cheaper oil, about 30% cheaper than the West buys. So the base of fuel of your economy is cheaper for the West's main rival, which is China. Going from a fossil fuel-based economy where basically the US leads to one based on electricity, where China leads for all the critical materials, is a huge geopolitical shift. It's a huge economic shift. The climate agreements, and you asked if there's international consensus, basically it sets us up for a system where the US and the West try to transition into renewable energy, but China and India continue to produce emissions, and even by their own, even if they go by their own declarations and to the Paris Agreement, China will peak in 2030. So if you understand that language, that means that China can, roar ahead with emissions up to 2030 and then peak. So what does that mean? At some point it could start to come down. India committed to net zero to 2070, right? So essentially the US and Europe can actually stop all their emissions, and it'll be meaningless if China and India can continue to roar. And I could say another system that actually advantages China is our public finance. So the West has stopped, all public finance for fossil fuels, including natural gas, which is a clean fuel. And so who's picking up the slack, especially in the African nations, because they want what they call, what I heard in a recent visit of mine to Africa, we want real energy, which means energy that's reliable, that's not volatile. If you want real energy, so who's picking up the slack for the public finance? That's China, and with all that goes with it. So our policies on energy and climate are definitely empowering China. And it's not clear that we get much out of the bargain. This is just a geopolitical effect.
Mm-hmm. Karim, I want to ask you this next question because I want to stick with China for a moment, because it was at this year's COP27 that there was this benchmark decision for climate justice to establish a loss and damage compensation mechanism. But it's complicated because the main discussion centered around the distinction between developed and developing countries. Now, China, we know, is a huge emitter of carbon, but it's also still classified as a developing country. So can the loss and damage compensation aspect actually be realized?
Okay, so these are two separate issues. So the categorization of countries into developing, emerging, and developed happened about 30 years ago when the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change was signed after the Earth Summit in 1992, so quite a long way back. And some countries ended up in different groups. Turkey, for example, is an emerging economy, which means it cannot get climate finance. China is a developing economy, which means it can get climate finance, which is bizarre, but 30 years ago, the world was a different place. Now, there are certainly people asking to revise the system, and now that it has another real consequences in terms of climate finance on different countries, and the system doesn't seem to be fit for purpose anyways, and we have moved on. Like, we have the Paris Agreement where everyone is in, there's no categorization anymore, everyone is supposed to produce their nationally determined contributions and work according to that in a voluntary way. And we're moving on to action anyways. There's nothing to negotiate as such. This is, the climate world is now driven by the need for climate action. What has happened is that we had seen the discussions on loss and damage accelerate really fast since Glasgow. There was major demands by developing economies, Africa and Asia, in the run-up to COP27, saying we need to add this on the agenda. The US said no, Europe said no, it wasn't on the agenda. First day of COP, somehow it magically made its way into the agenda, shuttle diplomacy, it was back and forth between different camps. Somehow it managed to get its way on the agenda on the first day, and somehow by magic, 2 weeks later, there was a consensus on pretty void kind of agreement. Like, we will do something about this issue. We recognize the need to do something. We'll work out the details later, more or less. But the scope, that one thing that they did agree on, partly because of pushback by the US and the European Union, was that the money will not be distributed to developing economies, because that includes China. It will be distributed to the most vulnerable countries through climate change, and the most at risk from loss and damage, and that require loss and damage compensation. Loss and damage compensation is basically compensation for things that cannot be adapted to, and climate change impacts that we cannot adapt to and are certainly locked in, and for which we need to compensate the countries by those who have committed the most to that. And to come back to Brenda's point on the US, the West versus China, so far all the carbon in the atmosphere today, the additional carbon, not the carbon that was naturally there, most of it is attributed to European and North American economies. So the issue here is, yes, China now is responsible for about 30%. If you add all the historical emissions, you'll find that the West is responsible for most of it. So just to argue that if we stop all our emissions, China moves ahead, this is all in vain, it's actually not in vain. We kind of probably will avoid 2.5 degree warming and maybe get 2 degree warming, which is still pretty good. It's less disastrous, less runaway climate change, more risk of this happening to us. But of course, it gives an advantage to an economy that becomes more carbon intensive, that doesn't have any carbon taxes, so to speak, on its own economy. But baked into the climate governance system, the COP meetings, the UNFCCC, is this idea of common but differentiated responsibilities, equities, and respective capabilities. In other words, we're not all the same in this. We're all working together, but we're not equally responsible for this. And we know who is most responsible, and they have to do more. So there is already baked into the system kind of moral liability on Western countries to do more and to demonstrate responsibility. What was also baked into it, that those countries also need to provide finance, need to help with technical capabilities on adaptation, and do something on loss and damage. So yes, in making up for this, the West somehow has committed through the UNFCCC process to make up for what they have done. Yes, it will give an advantage to the developing economies today to move faster. But isn't it in their right to develop in the first place? Like, why are we punishing them for not developing? The system, the climate governance system that we have created, gives them the right to develop. These are the rules that we're working with. And yes, it will mean that the West will become worse off, geopolitically speaking.
Brenda, did you want to add something?
So your moral crafted argument ends with, but it's okay that the West will be weaker and China will be stronger, and that's morally okay to you?
No, it's not morally crafted. It's saying that the system that we have crafted in terms of climate governance argues that those countries are allowed to develop economically, and they're allowed to get to more or less the same level of income, GDP per capita that the West currently enjoys. And if they don't do that, then it's unfair to them. Then why would we stifle their economic growth because we have had the right to put all that emissions into the atmosphere in the first place? This is kind of where it goes. The geopolitical side of it wasn't baked into the system, but it might be a consequence. But what is definitely in the system is the economic growth, the right of developing economies to grow despite the need to cut carbon emissions.
Certainly a great debate topic. Zohar, I want to go back to what you were talking about earlier, where you said there needs to be a balanced approach to reach net zero targets. What are the steps that countries and companies you think should take on clean energy?
If we talk about the dimensions, it's definitely what we are doing in SOCAR as well. So we should talk about decarbonization, circular economy, and probably the green finance. We started to talk about it a bit outside. I think these are the major steps which the most of the counterparts, at least in our sector, are doing today. We in SOCAR definitely are moving in this direction as well. So we have been working closely with the financial institutions towards issuing our first green bonds. We are very close to that. We, particularly, for example, in SOCAR, Turkey are doing a great moves towards the decarbonization. It includes a lot of a series of events, not only on the physical planning of the new assets that we have done. For example, our Star refinery, which is one of the newest refineries in the region and one of the biggest investments in Turkey. It it's very difficult to say that for the oil refinery, but we did it in the most ecological way, starting from the planning, planning stage. We invested quite a lot of money in our petrochemical facilities, in our research and development unit, and we are today enjoying the close cooperation with the European Union, for example. We are with its carbon emission unit, where we got 2 grants already from the EU towards bringing the new bioplastics and biofuels in the market. So we are doing that. We are spending a lot of money for our R&D department on that. We are spending quite a lot of money in the digital transformation also, because in a lot of cases human cannot just take certain actions which the computers or automated process can, which in its end helps us to decrease the total commitment, total carbon commitment. I had certain figures which I can't find now, but we see that from all those acts which we have done during the past years, we saved quite extensively on electricity consumption, on water consumption, on steam consumption. So everything, all those actions, they have a certain digits, certain figures behind, which helps, of course, the environment. One last thing, of course, is the work between the state and the companies. I think this is very important. I think all states have to have the clear program for their countries in accordance with the Paris Agreement. We don't see that extensively. So the agreements are done, the global agreements are there. We have been on COP as well. We see that there's a good initiatives which are put. First of all, I think the COP is a very right forum to discuss and how to put this global agenda into the actions. That's the most important, because we as a companies are taking our actions in accordance with these outcomes. For example, this year there was a lot of discussion about offshore wind. We are the strong believers in that. In Azerbaijan we have a huge potential for it as well. But this is something new, something take away, let's put it this way, which we will work on. But the clear agenda is very important. I think we are in Turkey, we are working closely with the ministries of energy, of ecology and climate change. We have now the Minister of Ecology and Climate Change. So I think this is also the first step towards bringing it high in our agenda. And of course, we need to, it's not, whatever the one company is doing is not enough. I mean, it should be a joint effort of the companies, of the state, and it has to be planned. It should not be just, we do that and you do that, and let's see what happens here.
Mm-hmm. Brenda, the COP27 implementation plan states that about $4 trillion a year needs to be invested in renewable energy until 2030. I mean, that sounds just like an enormous, mind-boggling amount of money. Do current financial structures have the potential to support that?
Right. So first thing we have to in talking about the prices, we have to talk about how we deliver renewable energy actually to homes and businesses, right? So how do most of you access renewable energy, the current generation of renewable energy, whether it's wind, solar, hydropower, geothermal, is through electricity. How does electricity work? It works on what's essential to a system is what's called a base load. It needs one stable source of energy that doesn't have the volatility of, let's say, wind or solar, and that can constantly keep the energy system, the electricity system stable, because it's very volatile itself. Electricity, as you know, even in your homes, when you make some sort of, you ramp it up or you use less, and suddenly your whole electricity system falls at home, right? So when we use renewables, it's not like when you hear these numbers that we can get to 90%, 80% renewables, even if we, for a certain day or a certain hour, you use 90% renewables, it's built on the fact that 50% of the demand is actually being supplied by gas, nuclear, coal, by something else. So first thing, we need to factor into these numbers and into our energy security policies that renewables don't replace current generation. Maybe in the future there'll be some, obviously in the future there'll be something different, but current generation doesn't replace the need for fossil fuels or nuclear. It goes hand in hand. And in fact, in the past, up until maybe 10 years ago, all renewable projects were designed together with generally a natural gas project. So we need to factor in not just the number that we need for renewables, but actually what we need to attain these baseload fuels. And that's, really probably double the number. And also, in terms of our energy security policies, again, our policymakers are constantly talking about if we could up the amount of renewables, we won't have any more needs for natural gas, we won't have any more needs for nuclear, and it's really not how these systems work. I think policymakers in most countries, especially in Europe and the United States, they're really talking about that's not the way these energy systems work, and they're giving us a sort of an incorrect picture of how you deliver renewable energy actually to homes and businesses.
So we only have a few minutes left, but I do want to make sure you all get a chance to get in a last word. So Brenda, is there anything else you want to briefly add?
I think that also we need to talk about, again, with the issue of price, that in Europe's current crisis, it's not enough for energy to replace energy. Europe probably will weather this winter in terms of the number of molecules, but the question is at what price that it's received the new energy, and especially through LNG. And this will contribute to the destruction of a lot of industries, a lot of jobs in Europe. As we've seen with COVID, when you lose businesses, sometimes they don't come back. It will be quite disastrous for Europe, and we might even see, we had a very big drop in the oil price this week when actually oil should have gone up because of the cap in Russia going in place. I think we should watch what happens with the oil price, because it might be an indicator of a much bigger financial trend, that you might feel happy that the oil price is going down, but sometimes it's an indicator of economic collapse, and so we need to take a look at it. And I think also we're sitting here in Turkey. I think there are a lot of lessons from Turkey itself, because while everyone's in crisis in energy markets, Turkey proved by having actually, not just letting market forces do it, but having the government really involved over the years in energy security. You have here a diversified market with 6 different gas sources coming into the market, a fuel mix that's diversified, that's not dependent, on one source or the other. You have mostly pipeline gas, which is much cheaper than LNG, so you're not as Turkey isn't as vulnerable to these volatility in LNG where global gas prices. So I think, basically Turkey can say, yeah, they're doing a good job, and Europe, I think, can learn a lot from Turkey in this respect.
All right. Zohar, did you have something to add quickly?
I just add one thing, that the area of the high oil prices, the energy companies are all blamed for it. Definitely, I just want to say a word for the energy companies. I think what Brenda has said, just to build up, we need a stable ecosystem, which means that we need to have counterparts which are reassured in their future, and we need to have somebody to sell our crude oil and gas. With all what's going on with these hyperinflated prices, it doesn't happen.
Okay.
So, of course, we are maybe short-term benefiting from high oil prices, but long-term, all the energy companies I know, they all are for the more solid and strong market, and for the right ecosystem where everybody gets a share of the pie. And I think the world is coming to it. It just needs, with all the geopolitical risk, with all what's going on, of course, it will take time.
Okay.
But it has nothing to do with an energy companies.
And Karim, you get the final word.
Sure. Just want to emphasize something my colleagues here said, that the energy landscape is changing. It's getting electrified. The renewables are now cheaper than many traditional fossil fuel-based energy sources, but only new facilities. Existing facilities will stay there, and they will certainly serve the base load until we figure out a way in which we can stabilize this renewable energy. We could do that by batteries, which are still too expensive, or by hydrogen, which is still too expensive, green hydrogen or blue hydrogen as a storage medium. But so far, both of those technologies are still not quite there, so we're still having to use a crutch in terms of the base load. But in the long term, I think we will expect to see renewables taking over ultimately, and the IEA is telling us that we will need to peak our new fossil fuel capacity pretty soon, and no new capacity apparently according to the IEA in terms of gas, in terms of oil, and in terms of coal. When the shape of that curve is yet to be determined, but that's the ultimate endpoint that we're aiming at. There will still be some fossil fuels even by 2050, that we expect that, but the long-term trends has already been set. I don't think anyone expects the current energy landscape to remain. There are many, many, many challenges along the way, including, of course, the sourcing of those materials at the current moment. They're dependent on one country, ultimately, which is China, in terms of processing most of these metals and sourcing them. So the world is changing, and it's really exciting. Hopefully it will change fast enough if we are to avoid the worst of climate change.
All right, thank you to my guests, Karim El-Gendi, Zaur Garamananov, and Brenda Schaefer. And thank you to all of you who stayed on your Friday evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.